especially for cannabis. Mutua said young people from the region are losing out on international employment programs because mandatory medical screenings continue to detect traces of narcotics in their blood, automatically disqualifying them from recruitment. Speaking during a fundraiser in Kilifi, he explained that while some youth from the coast have successfully secured placements in countries such as the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Germany, many others are eliminated before the process even begins. And the National Police Service has announced the arrest of a man found with an illegal AK-47 rifle during a patrol operation in Sabuli, Wajir County. Officers on routine patrol encountered the suspect and discovered he was carrying the firearm, which has since been secured by the authorities. According to a statement issued by the National Police Service, the officers acted after noticing behavior that required further scrutiny, and their engagement with the suspect led to the recovery of the weapon. The rifle has been taken as evidence as investigations continue to establish how it was obtained and whether it is linked to any criminal activity in the region. And finally, in matters health, Turkana County marked World AIDS Day yesterday with a strong warning about rising HIV infections, even as leaders reaffirmed their commitment to ending AIDS by 2030. The event, led by Deputy Governor John Eras, took place at the livestock market grounds in Lodwar and brought together county officials, national representatives, health partners and community members. Observed globally every 1st December, the day offers a moment to reflect on progress, honor lives lost and renew the commitment to the fight against AIDS. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do. Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are
were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Imagine, I don't know what they said I should do or not do. Did I do it wrong? All right. I'm sorry. Are you alive?
I am.
Wait, say it again.
Are you alive?
Hey. Experiments that you should not try in the morning.
Wait.
You know, I'm not one of those students that you teach something now. No.
Yeah.
You tell me, then I do kidogo.
I get you.
You understand?
I get you.
Then I sort it out.
Understandanga.
Ooh, sorry about that. I deafened you.
How are you?
Mimi? Mi leo sitakudanganya. Ama unataka nikudanganya?
Niambie tu.
Mi leo niko nini kiasi. See, I can tell the truth.
You can tell the truth, yeah.
I need my spirits to be lifted.
Lifted them?
I need my spirits to be lifted. I don't know who's going to help me today. I'm feeling a certain type of way.
Me too, man.
Yeah. So, guys, ndio tuamshe tufanye show. It's 6:15,
It is.
and we're getting into it this morning. It's Tuesday, and so of course the question is, are you ready for Tuesday? Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah. It shouldn't be like that, though.
So no?
No, I-Fi.
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 Okay. So,
What's in your life? But you know.
You can't even lie. Woo, okay. It's the Situation Room this morning, and we're getting into it. See, to me, it's Christmas time soon to be. To me, what are those? Greetings of cheer, and joy, and laughter, and joy to the world, and such good things. Ding dong merrily on high, and such. So, to me, we take it with our coffee this morning. Hope you're doing well as we get into it today. Ivi, good morning. I'm trying, don't worry. Tasukuma kabisa. And also Joyline is here. Christine, as usual, is laughing from here till kingdom come. It doesn't matter what you say to the lady. She'll always have that laugh deep from her belly. So, I just reminded of a verse that says, out of my belly shall come rivers of living water. Okay, Bas.
Let me say rivers of wonder.
So let me use that as an inspiration to get through today. Hey, lakini leo nimeamuka na itakuwa ngumu kidogo. Sometimes it's just important to be honest from the very beginning. Wacha tufanye pamoja ndio at least tusukume. Kabisa. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We're getting into it this morning. Quite a number of things for us to discuss today, and we'll do it. Dennis Aseto, Okoh here with you as we get into the morning at 17 minutes after 6 o'clock. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And a very good morning to our audience on KTN. Many things are happening. People want to go to court and say, this was a sham by election. While that is happening, yesterday was World AIDS Day, and that we're seeing that the HIV infections have moved and increased to and in Nairobi. So that is a worrying thing. And when we read that story yesterday, I said I was going to look later and see what is the cause. And unfortunately, the cause of the majority of these are sexually transmitted. Yeah. Unfortunately. So in terms of setting down the gauntlet and being less careful about how we operate, sadly. So it's a call.
I was actually just having that conversation with Evelyn early in the morning. Now, when you look at what it is you're looking at in terms of the numbers, now you have to read that on what to expect next year in the in light of the withdrawn funding USAID. So we look at reduced funding, so that is ARVs will be expensive for many to afford. So then what is the government doing towards that? Are we seeing intentional movements to ensure that those who are living with HIV get the assistance that they do need? Because remember, if you do not have ARVs to help you, now your count, what do you call it?
Your load.
Yeah, your
viral load.
Your viral load, also becomes a problem. So it will be interesting to see now, even with this report, what then government would do.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's one of the many things that is happening. And just looking in the country, of course, the political atmosphere, and then into the region and the world, Tanzania is still getting quite a number of hits in terms of what may or may not happen with that democratic space, if it is truly a democratic space. There are conversations with, Donald Trump and what he's doing around the world in terms of who they're going to let into North America over the next 1.5 years while he's still president, at least. And so
said next 1.5 years.
Next one, he's up until 2027.
2027.
So the new president comes in 2028, January, really is when they're inaugurated.
And that's the beauty of life.
You're not in one place forever.
You're not in one place forever. And you see, the same way President Trump got in with all the executive orders that he gave, the thing is, the next president might just start with revoking all those executive orders. So it's just a question of how do you want people to remember you?
That's true. Yeah. How do you want it? And just looking at the many different things that are happening around the continent. I know that the G20 meeting just came to an end, and there are many conversations around, what are you going to do to essentially confirm that you're forced to be reckoned with. And so those, among many things, are the things that we're involved in terms of discourse.
What's your thought of South Africa?
And
their stand on different issues, because remember, it is the one country that stood against the Israeli war with Hamas, with Gaza, and they actually took them to the ICC. They actually reported them, and as well as now you read that with the stand that Ramaphosa took and said, we cannot hand over the G20 presidency to a representative. We only hand it over to the president. And we're not going to play that game. So,
let me tell you something. I think it's about damn time that a country on this side of the hemisphere actually stood up and said, look, we're not talking about being invited to the table, my friend. We are creating the table. We're creating the table so you can decide to join us in the other room, or, we're going to keep it moving. And of course, we see the reaction to that. Don't think that the US reaction to not going to G20 was because they're not interested in the policies. No, it's strategy. And to say, okay, somebody apart from us could be calling the shots in a very short period of time. So banding together and is one thing that often poses a threat to an enemy. Think about that.
I was listening to the statement by Jeffrey Sachs, and the other day he said, one thing that the world, pretty much the global north, has not advanced to accepting is the fact that in the next few decades, Africa will be a global powerhouse.
Indeed.
And they are not ready to accept that. So
of course not. Yeah. You control the resources, you control the people, you control the world. And who's ready to do that, to hand over the reins of control when you've been in that seat for the longest time? Exactly. These are real conversations that are happening. And that we are in that space, I think, is very important, that we should be.
We should be.
Even as maybe younger people on the spectrum, in whatever space that you have, here in the studio, in a book that you write, in a paper that you present, towards school. This is where the world is going. And where will you be when history is being rewritten? That's the question. Very, very interesting times. And we feed into some of those conversations with ones that we'll have in this room this morning. Professor Gitile Naituli is going to join us today, and we're going to be looking at reading the 2027 Pulse, regions sending mixed political signals. There was an article that he did write when he was talking about the by-election mirage and why Ruto's claim of momentum is built on sand. That's an article that and we'll reference that a lot today, obviously, because it seems to be going somewhere anywhere with this. So we want to hear what it is that he has to say. We'll be joined by Professor Naituli at 7 a.m. And then the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya is Mwaura Kabata. He will join us at 8 a.m. and we're talking about fast-tracking justice, the push to empower the NCIC and the EACC. Because it's got to be a lot more than, hey, I heard what you said and can you come see me in the principal's office? No. It's got to be a lot more than that. And so, of course, there are bills to ensure that they can have prosecutorial as well as investigative powers. If that can happen real quick, perhaps we'll see a shift in how things are done.
Because the question is just how damaging is EACC's report if it's not taken into account, especially on individuals running for public office?
You know the way they said gazeti yetu sasa hii yetu ni ya kufunga nyama. You see that? Can you imagine? Let's not get hurt this morning. But unaona hizo reports za EACC and NCIC, that is what they do with them.
Exactly.
The truth, because they see them and say, okay, another report.
But I think it also goes further to look at the law in terms of the article, you are innocent until proven guilty. But what happens when you're running for public office, yet you have a dent in your credentials?
This is it.
That's the question.
Absolutely.
Do you still go ahead? Yet there are suspicions that you might have supplied air, literally.
Well, I know what you're doing there. Then, we'll talk about that with Mwaura Kabata at 8. And then we'll close the conversation at 9 o'clock with Salim Suleiman, who is the Secretary of Murang'a Teachers Welfare Association. And Mwalimu Peter Mungai is a research advocate and education advocate and researcher at Kewota. We'll be talking about the healthcare shift, what it means for teachers. Not sha, no, when minute, moving, not moving. What exactly is going on, guys? Because this is easily next to the police or just above the police, the largest cohort of folks in one group who take on medical insurance. So what's happening? They've moved. It means billions of shillings for who's going to take it on. It means a loss of billions of shillings for the folks who lost, the insurance. So we're going to be looking at that. What do teachers actually want? Who's asking those questions and who's answering them? That's what it looks like today in those conversations that we'll be having. So thanks for tagging along with us as we do this. We see that many of you are online this morning. We'll get to you in just a bit. But Dennis wants to share a proverb, no?
Yeah. So this proverb comes from the coastal parts of the continent. Yeah. So whichever way you want to go. And you're talking about the coconut tree or the palm tree. And there is no shortcut to climbing it. No shortcut to the top of the palm tree. You must just climb it from the bottom.
It's true.
And you must hug it as you're climbing.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm a coast girl, right? As in, so where I'm from the coast of Nigeria.
Okay.
And there's a lot of palm trees. And of course we have the famous palm wine. And the palm wine tapper, the way you harvest palm wine is that you must go to the tree and then you tap the palm fruit.
Yes.
And then the wine drips slowly. I'm sure somebody's trying to figure out some kind of technology that you can get to the top of the tree. I think here in Kenya it's called mnazi. Right. There is no trick. That the palm wine tappers in the village are known. Those are the ones. That's what they do. It's not just anybody can do it. But at the same time, and why? So because you must get to the top of the tree. And remember, the palm wine tree doesn't have branches like a normal tree. It's straight up, and then the branches are at the very top. And in order for you to get to the fruit, you have to be a skilled climber, and somebody who is skilled in balance as you tap. So in order to get a good thing, you must tread the path, however treacherous or dangerous or difficult it must be. For you to get to the end of it, you must do the work. Abi?
Kabisa. Right. And remember, as you're climbing, that tree is also very slippery, especially in the days when it has rained or early in the morning.
Yeah.
It's very slippery. But at the end of the day, if you want to get that palm wine, you must get up there.
You must get up there.
Yes.
Absolutely. It's true. I like that. Today, sasa hii wiki sasa uliamua una nini?
Chapa hii.
Okay,
as you
kabisa.
come. Kiboko.
I heard what you said. Maybe and others didn't hear. I heard what you said. Did you hear? Let's say good morning to people. Yes. Thank you for tuning in every morning as you do. Don Salbo says, Ndu, ask Aseto. Okay, here we go. Are you ready?
That's Don.
Of course. Ask Aseto, why are the Mbere North campaigners for UDA struggling to explain the amount of money spent. How are you, Ndu? I'm fine. Aseto, how are you?
Yes, Salama.
Now answer the question.
It was never budgeted for.
Okay.
Yeah, you know Okari's friend, Nancy Gathung will start asking questions.
It's called what, campaign financing. She'll start asking the question.
Exactly.
Robert Sabogo is tuning from Mombasa this morning. Good to have you in, Robert. Asante sana. Peter Kiaria says, good morning from Mombasa as well, and says the rooster belongs to one household, but when crowing, it is heard by the whole village. Where? You guys, they brought another rooster.
Again. It's Christmas.
I think they've done it to spite us.
It's Christmas.
As in, you take my rooster, I can bring another one. You think
I'm giving you ideas.
It's
the next 3 weeks.
You
know what you do? You get it, and then
we lure it with some maize.
Yes. Then after you're done, you see the feathers. You just put it somewhere so that they just know.
Or we make a cap. All right. So yeah, we that definitely for real. When a rooster crows, it's for everybody. Trust me, we know. Tupac Shakur, we see you. Nimerudi, okay. Sawa sawa, karibu, and welcome our Good Morning Spice FM team. Tune in from Ture Mombasa. Is Joseph Okondo. Good morning to you, Desmond. Good morning from Bondo, Siaya, my friends. It's too hot at night from this end. Mutuombe jamani. Ndu, bona Genesis wanaogopa cancer kuliko HIV. Oh, Gen Zs wanaogopa cancer kuliko HIV. I don't even think it's cancer. No. It's people are more afraid of pregnancy than HIV, and that's a very worrying thing. It was the case about 15 years ago. It still is the case today. That people are more worried about getting pregnant or getting somebody pregnant than they are about getting a potentially fatal sexually transmitted infection.
Who are afraid of being parents.
Yeah, exactly. There's a way to sort it out, guys. And we can be tough about this one.
Strap it up, man.
Come on.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Let's just be real.
Yeah.
Come on. And that is the case because there's still no cure, guys.
None.
There is no cure. Bonfa says, good morning, tuning from Q8. Good morning to you. Humphrey Mochoga says, good morning from Naivasha. TSR fam, have a lovely day, says David Mangera. Good morning to you. Yes, indeed. Let's have a lovely day, shall we? EVE. Caroline Nyambura is tuning this morning. Nawapenda sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. And to you too, my sister, good morning. Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Leo, good morning. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning. And Aseto, this is statement that politicians hiring goons to cause chaos will be taken into account and no one will be spared. It's like seeing kids doing a wrong thing without taking action. Yeah, didn't the president say yesterday that anybody who was involved in I don't know what will gonna it's something. It's gonna be arrested. It's gonna be I don't know.
Honestly, where confused. I sit, can we just not discuss that statement? Okay. Because man, it's repetitive statement that is just
annoying. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
All right. Alex Kiprop says, good morning, people. Spread joy, positive vibes. Kabisa, I need me a dollop of positive vibes this morning. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning to you. Robert Miner says, good morning from Doha. You have the most informative podcast. Continue with the good work. Thank you so much, brother. Tibbs Mugai says, good morning, Spice FM team. Thank you. David says, do a chorus, do an EVE to lead. Umesikia EVE, wanataka uimbe. Good morning, Ndu Aseto. Good morning, Fiery Red. Good morning. Juma Mbuji is watching from Tamu. Good morning, Spice. Good morning to you. Okombo says, good morning, Ndu. Please listen to this lyric. Oh, be lifted above all of us. We lay our crowns and worship God. Ah, yes, I know this song. Definitely. Gurasha says, na huyu dada kana sungumua Kiswahili safi. Nani huyo? Okay. Richard Odera says, good morning, tuning from Mkindani in Mombasa. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, Spice FM. How are you all this blessed Tuesday? Tunasukuma. Dennis Yama says, good morning. Amazing people watching live from Doha. Be blessed. Dennis Sulaka, we see you as well. Everybody's listening. Everyone's nice listening from Kisumu. Thank you so much for tuning in. My prince says, good morning. I'm shocked to see that my banker, who always says they are me, are charging Nairobi County 70 shillings for every 70 shillings for every 100 shillings collected. This is daylight robbery. Imagine they are you. Yeah. Literally taking everything that you have. Jennifer Tenny says, good morning. It is day 2 of our birthday month. Happy birthday month to us. Sasa wewe na Aseto, meanza kututisha.
Yes.
All right.
23 days to go.
Okay. Sawa basi. Sasa, you want us to be singing the 23 days of birthday? We'll start tomorrow.
Kabisa.
Beja says, good morning. Tuned into the Situation Room from Paddington, London, the United Kingdom. Andrew Chira says, good morning, lovely people. The government will never uplift your lives financially. They need us at our vulnerable situation for a bribe on election day. Where Washington is worried. Mutuflani says, good morning, Ndu. Things may not be peachy like your dress, but know thou art loved. Oh, yeah. See, now you're going to get
salmon.
Sindio. Now you're going to get me all teary-eyed, Mutuflani.
Jolly.
Karibu sana.
It's just saying the truth, though.
Oh, yeah.
I approve that message.
You approve the message?
Yes.
See, now, you see, people are just wonderful people. Who else is tuned in this morning? Gio says, good morning, beautiful people. Giovanni Restone in Manhattan, New York. My definition is that the coconut tree proverb in many life goals require foundational steps that cannot be skipped. Yes, you must go through it for sure. Nyakundi Emmanuel says, good morning. Have you ever seen goons promising to arrest other goons?
Yo.
That's a good question. I don't know that Aseto wants to answer it.
No.
We leave it for now.
Digress.
Digress can be. In fact, Dennis has left the room. Check it said, where did Dennis 2 go to? Dennis 2 is coming, don't worry. In fact, I'll come back to you on that. Azaria says, good morning, Team Spice and fellow viewers. The Singapore Fakasongo is a way of creating hope and keep conning Kenyans. We are in shame as a country with corruption. Ooh-wee. V. Mwangi says, this is morning medicine, the best kind that you can get. Kabisa. Where is it? Put it here. Inject it. Those are the kind of drugs that we
get
insist.
It 5 times 1.
Exactly.
5 days a week.
4 hours every day, 5 days a week.
Exactly.
So thank you for tuning in, everybody. As you do, just in case you're tuning in now, our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, our audience on KTN. A very good morning to everybody as we get into the program today. And just remembering what we do, that we will have these conversations. We'll ask the hard questions. We'll talk about the grim reality. We'll say it as it is. And then also we'll point in the direction of solutions as best that we can. All of us being involved in this discourse, whether we like it or not. Let's take a look into the headlines this morning. The story is making headlines in the bold newspaper, rather Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. On the front page, there are many things happening, from folks being arrested in South Africa, trying to recruit people to go to fight the Russian-Ukraine war, to stories that we've heard. The headline today in The Standard, hit by Russia's war. In Rwaka, a family is shattered after their father, a matatu driver, was duped into traveling to Russia for a job only to be forced into military service and was killed on the front line in Ukraine. Their grief exposes a far wider crisis. Africans are being swept into a covert Russian recruitment pipeline that preys on poverty and desperation. Security officials and global analysts say Moscow is targeting vulnerable populations to plug its troop shortages while shielding Russians from the true cost of war. Governments are now being urged to urgently protect citizens from this deadly dragnet. It's happening. People are being recruited. They think they're going to work. Then you get there, you're given military fatigues and weapons, and you're told, go fight. And Russians are not going to this war.
Nope.
You have to ask the question.
But they're always being fought.
Exactly. Exactly.
Else.
When Martin Macharia told his son James Mutonga before leaving for Russia, he said, always make peace among you and never create enemies. Do not bother your mum. Take care of her and be a good big brother to your younger sibling. You are the one I'm leaving here as I go. There was a story that was published by The Standard just a couple of weeks ago. Actually, it was in November, a few weeks ago. And the story was here, help, we are dying. And this is the confirmation of this. There's a picture there of, unfortunately, other Kenyans in this war. And what the questions are, what is happening? And why is this being allowed? I do believe that the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary Foreign Affairs made a statement to this effect. But I think time is past statements now. Something must be done. Looking into other stories as we come back to that one, because it's a biggie. Tech gone rogue. How AI is supercharging digital violence against women. Remember that we are in the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And this year, the theme is really pushing against online abuse. So how folks are using this to really get to women is actually it gives you the heebie-jeebies when you think about some of these things. Alarm as infant HIV infections spike in Wajir. And the reasons as to why are also covered here. Family mourns father lured into war that became death sentence. That's a story. Russia's aggression, Kenyans entangled in war that is not theirs. You have to ask them, why are Kenyans going? Because they imagine that there's a job that they're going to do, but being duped into something else. Why multi-million estates are crumbling to dementia and age claims. That is one that is interesting and sad at the same time. Landmark ruling upholds EACC's authority over integrity matters. This is interesting. We'll bring it up with Kabata when he joins us. But then what does it actually mean? You know, it's great to see, but what does it actually mean? A funeral trip turns tragic as 9 family members die in an accident. Hey, how much pain can you take? Honestly speaking, how much can you take? Also, on page 10 is a story that we'll be discussing at 9. Teachers' SHA medical cover kicks off as doubts on efficiency linger. The medical cover is there. Will it take care of teachers' needs? Employers cannot deduct shift from awards. Okay, that's great. I don't know why they were thinking that they could. Court scraps crude palm oil levy, easing prices on household items. The court had to step in and say, excuse me, this levy that's on this oil, cut it so that, we see other things coming into play. That it had to take the court to do that, I don't. I'm glad they did. But that we had to wait for that to happen, Mimi's Jui.
To give out State of the Nation address saying that inflation has gone down. But koti imekuja ikasema no, we need to remove this levy so that Kenyans can afford. I'm just saying.
Oh, you're just saying. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what you are doing, but since you're just saying, it's okay. I don't know. Hey, all right. So that's kind of what it looks like. A look at the details of some of the stories.
Yeah. So, Daily Nation, President Ruto, I will deal with goons. That is on page 6. President William Ruto has issued a stern warning against the proliferation of political thugs across the country, declaring that the government will take firm action against those who mobilize youth to unleash violence and disrupt public gatherings. Do you care to comment? Amatusonge.
Amatusonge tukidogo.
Yeah. When public schools leave the poor behind, damning. A new report has exposed inequalities in Kenya's education system, where a majority of learners in public schools lag behind those in private institutions due to inadequate funding, teacher shortages and congestion. The Oxfam study also revealed how children from poor families are disadvantaged, reducing their chances at a better life. Remember, when you talk about education and public education, majority of Kenyan children go to public schools. So when we talk about inequalities in public schools, remember, we're talking about the majority of school-going children not getting what they deserve. Yeah.
This one is hard, man.
Politics. Gachagua rattles his opposition allies with Nairobi zoning plan. A fresh storm has hit the united opposition after former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua unveiled a zoning plan that would bar affiliate parties from fielding candidates for governor, MP and MCA positions in Nairobi. Alisema kuna viti that are meant for DCP. Others have agreed to leave it out for them. But now it seems like there is problem within the united. So that unity
it's not so unified.
It's not so unified.
All right.
Because shida. Breathalyzers, speed guns to help cut festive season crashes. Kenya transport sector is bracing for one of its busiest travel periods, with matatu operators and safety agencies warning of rising cases of reckless driving, of rising cases, fatigue, mechanical neglect and general indiscipline on major highways. Yesterday, NTSA said it is back with a bang.
All right.
To ensure that accidents on the roads are not witnessed. One would ask, what happens during the 11 months?
Yeah, okay, when they say they're back, they're going to put the vehicles back on the road?
So it's just to ensure that more, what do you call it, more checkups.
Oh, okay.
Just so to ensure that people are not speeding,
Okay.
people are not overworked. You're not going for 10 trips before you sleep. That when you're driving long distance, you have someone else to help you drive coming back. But one would have hoped that is what you should have started in January all the way to December. So by the time it's December, it is in people's system. You know what you ought to do. But
you're asking a lot of people this morning.
But it's
I imagine that somebody would think like that, but then, okay.
Because throughout the 11 months, people have been driving.
Yeah.
And they've been ferrying people, right? We've also been seeing accidents on the rise, especially during other festivities like Easter, Jamhuri, Madaraka. We've seen these things happen. Anyway. Funding cuts, rising infections, fragile HIV gains at risk. So, we have that story on HIV cases in the country and how numbers continue to go up. Speed guns, breathalyzers on roads in a bid to curb crashes. Now, 5 police reservists, civilians killed by bandits in Meru and Isiolo. President over the weekend said he's out here to ensure that banditry becomes a thing of the past. Misawa. Study reveals why learners in public schools lag behind. Teachers start receiving their medical services under SHA cover. It's a conversation you shall be having today. What teachers involved? Who came up with the decision? Are they happy? But another question that teachers are asking, why don't we just have the entire civil service in SHA? Entire civil service in Kinanani, including members of parliament,
the president,
the executive. That way, everyone is equal.
True.
Star.
All right. On the Star, it's interesting because there's a story under the main headline there. Inside the battles facing Governor Wanga. She's facing battles. All right. Okay. Hurdles ahead. Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga, during campaigns for Kasipo parliamentary seat by-election, there she was campaigning really hard for Boyd Were. And so apparently this headline is telling us that there could be some internal struggles here and there, maneno. 2 top court judges to retire as 2027 looms. It is almost guaranteed, well, it's happened in the last 3 elections, that an appeal will be taken to the Supreme Court over the election results. And from if this by-elections that we saw last week is something to go by, then you actually need all of these things in place. The exit of Supreme Court judges Ibrahim, Mohammed Ibrahim and DCJ Mwilu, they're retiring. And this means obviously the questions of succession have now been activated. Who's going to come in and take over as Supreme Court judges? Remember that the Supreme Court is a bench of 7 judges, so those must be replaced, of course, with the head of that being the Chief Justice.
There's a quote that has been given by one Super Churchill. There is a possibility of influencing the appointments. This is considering the members of the Judicial Service Commission who vet nominees to the Apex Court are appointed by the executive.
So let's see. It's going to be interesting and see how that will come through. The Court of Appeal also is to rule in March if abortion is a human right. Do you have a right to get rid of a life growing inside of you? At the end of the day, who's the host? The host is you, but then also that life is... it's going to get sticky, but we're going to hear from the Court of Appeal because many a case has been taken to the court. Unbelievable. Kenya produces first evidence of hyena eating honey in Kajiado. I'm telling you.
Can imagine.
A hyena mwenye anafaa kula nyama
anakula asali,
analamba asali.
Asali ntamu,
si ndio? So why can't hyenas eat honey? I'm still talking about the actual animal, hyena. So where usiende mbali? Rebellion as northern MPs accuse Ruto of neglect over roads. Stop it.
Wait.
No.
Ile barabara kwenda Kotulo.
Ile
hapo Bagamosho. Haikufika?
Hakuna nini. Hakuna gari ya kupeleka mawe. Yeah, so they're saying, you know what? Come on, guy. You've not talked to us about our roads. This should actually be sorted out. So now they're starting to. There's a bit of a jitter in that part of the country, and they're saying no, something must be done about that. Omuse, preacher with a passion for shaving. He shaves people during the week, preaches on Sunday.
Nice
story. A nice one, obviously. Unpaid 524.8 billion shilling pending bill is crippling the economy. The controller of budget is saying, guys, I want to die. Huh? Can we pay? Because right now, if you have a dent of 500 billion shillings that you owe to people, it's going to do a little something to the economy. And she's actually speaking and saying, we need to do something about that.
I can imagine if that money was just circulating in the economy, what that would have meant.
Put 500 billion shillings in the economy today, it'll move something. That's for sure. It will definitely move something. Put it in and, break it up into pieces and put it into the hands of people that you actually owe. People are then able to do many, many things at the same time.
Even while at it, remember, these people that you've not paid, the people who supplied to you, first of all, many are being auctioned because many went for financing. But beyond that, we're talking about families that are breaking simply because they're unable to take care of themselves. So people are poorer today simply because the government has decided not to pay for job done.
True. And you can. You can pay. You just choose not to. That's the thing that annoys me. You can pay.
You can pay.
EVE, you can pay, but you choose not to. See, this is the problem across the board. It's a problem. The government sets aside 1.4 billion shillings to end decades of darkness in Kisumu's remote villages. All right.
Okay.
Kisumu County has remote villages, as I'm sure other counties in the country do. But the government now has set aside 1.4 billion shillings to take care of that. Rural electrification will reach the last door. Essentially, last mile is what we're talking about. So quite a number of things happening here. 500 billion shillings has been disbursed to revamp Embu's irrigation sector. So there's many things happening, and this is some of the stories that we're looking at. You want to know how exactly folks are finding their way to Russia to do this work, which unfortunately is ending in problems. A quick look at the Business Daily. Employees earning above 50,000 shillings are going to have an increase to 1.5 million of something. It's not your salary. Companies and public entities creating additional 206,000 jobs for workers earning salaries between 50 to 100,000 over 5 years, 2014, marking the pay band with the most new employees. Okay, so that's interesting. Electrocutions hit a record 122 amid increased power theft. Well, what do you expect? You're going to climb a pole to steal a power line? You will get shocked. Literally.
You deserve it.
Come on, what are you doing on the pole? Get off the pole.
Yeah, get off the pole. You're there to steal mafuta transformer.
Good thing you're zapped. What nonsense.
You're trying to barbecue yourself? By all means necessary.
Should we add tomato sauce? My goodness. What are you doing there?
Here's the thing. What are you doing there?
Yeah.
Because by you destroying that transformer, many other Kenyans do not have power that they do need. Hospitals lack power.
And then you die.
By all means necessary. You get there, you get zapped, you die. You deserved it.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Family mourns a father lured into war that became a death sentence. At just 17, James Mutonga is transitioning to adulthood with pain and heartbreak no child should carry. He never imagined his father would leave home and return only as a memory. His father is gone, taken by war, thousands of miles away from home. Yet that is the heartbreaking reality that he has to bear. A teenager who once relied on his father for guidance, providence, and protection will now have to learn to stand alone in a world that suddenly feels colder and unfamiliar. In the story in The Standard by Jacinta Mutura, the unfolding war in Russia and Ukraine felt distant, a conflict seen on television and heard in passing conversations. But for one family in a village in Ruaka, Kiambu County, the war hit home like a thunderbolt. It took away Martin Macharia Mburu, a 39-year-old man who had gone abroad hoping to give his children a better life, only to meet untimely death on the front line he never signed up for. Macharia had traveled to Russia after being promised a decent job as a driver and cleaner, an opportunity he believed would give his family a better life, only to be pushed into a battlefield that he knew nothing about. And now, in their quiet home in Ruaka, the emptiness and loss left behind is unmistakable. A voice is missing, and the heart of Mutonga's family is gone forever. Grace Gathoni, who is his widow, said, "I was shocked to see my husband in full military uniform carrying a gun. He knew nothing about the military." So there are many things going on here. One, people are going thinking they're getting jobs that is better than what they have here. Then number two, their families also believe this, but then they're shocked to see pictures that they send later or that that appear later. And then number three, the people who are taking these individuals to these other countries are lying to them and telling them that they're going to have a job as a driver or as a cleaner or as a housekeeper, but they're putting them in the front line.
Or a doorman, security guy.
But I wonder if you can say no. If you get there and you realize this is actually military war that I'm fighting, can you say no, I'd rather go back to Kenya? Or are you forced? What exactly is the backstory here?
Yeah, that's the part that is missing. You know.
Because do they shackle you and then put the military fatigues on you and say, go fight?
I mean, even by the time, I'm assuming before someone is actually given the military regalia and guns, someone goes through training. When you're going through training, are you unable to say no?
After 3 days in Russia, Macharia called his wife to alert her that they had been duped and that they were signing up a different contract for a military job. I asked why he agreed to sign if he didn't understand, and he said that they were forced to sign in a hurry and forced to open bank accounts by Russians. They did not know the details of the contract that bound them to do any work assigned to them. So you signed a contract, you didn't know that what you were going to do, and so they come back at you and say, well, bro, you signed, man. Few days later, Macharia, Kimemia, and a Nigerian national who was lured into the same trap were taken for 3 days training and were barred from contacting anyone. He later went for 2 weeks without communication. They were given back their phones after the training, and he kept urging me to do whatever I could to help him come home. But he regretted going there. That's what he said. This is what his wife said. He would send us photos of the caves and bush where they were training. I was shocked to see my husband in full military uniform carrying a gun. He knew nothing about the military. He ended up in a military camp and was later sent to the front lines of the Russia-Ukraine war, despite having no military background or understanding the conflict. His wife last spoke to him on the 18th of November. She only learned of his death through news reports, marking the first public case of a Kenyan killed in the war. I don't know where to start. He has left me with 4 children. I don't know how I will take care of them in his absence. Calls to the recruiting agent to help Mr. Macharia return proved futile. The agent said he had contacted the embassy and was waiting for a response. You see? But when the agent was telling you to come and go and work, you paid money, you did everything. They are very helpful. They even escorted you to the airport.
Even helped you apply for visa.
Yeah. But now, I just want and then you're going to call and ask. Yeah, there are many, many stories going on at the same time here, you know, in terms of the agencies and duping and things that we've been shouting about in terms of labor. So many people have many questions to answer. Ministry of Labor, MOFA, and the MOFA and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, these agencies, of course, now is questions between Moscow and Nairobi in terms of what is going on. But this?
I mean, the recruitment agency, is it under NITA?
It depends.
It depends, yeah.
Usually, or from our understanding, NITA is the regulatory body for all agencies that are going to offer work abroad. So NITA should have an idea.
Yep. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, if you travel outside, right? When you get this visa, so there's the visa that says what you're going to do there.
Yes.
And there's an entire documentation on how you go about it.
Right.
So here's the question now. The MOFA, Minister of Foreign Affairs, can it go further to the embassy and find out what kind of visas these individuals got?
That's their job.
You know, that's your job as MOFA.
Yeah.
Then you extrapolate that with the Kenyan embassy in Russia to find out the individuals from Kenya who came to this country, where are they? Because this is the visa they got, these are the contracts they got. Are they actually doing that contract that they signed back in Kenya?
Yeah. If they say they had no, in fact, I think it would be incredibly ridiculous of them to say that they had no idea that this was happening. They should actually not comment on whether they knew or not. They should comment on what they're trying to do to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And beyond that, they're having conversations. And of course, and we're hearing about Nigerians, Sierra Leoneans, all sorts of who on the continent is having conversations with Moscow in terms of why this is being allowed to happen. It's your war. Why are you incorporating the rest of us into it?
And I think by now Mofa should have told us, like, so far we've gathered information. These are the number of Kenyans who've traveled to Russia between this certain period of time. We are in contact with them, and those that you're not in contact with, you're doing everything to ensure that they are repatriated back home. That is a statement we're waiting for from Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi.
My hope is that he will not take on the stance that he has in the last couple of weeks, where he's just remained mum as a... Okay, I'll just stick with mum.
Okay.
That he's not said anything.
Yeah.
You can't keep quiet forever.
Yeah.
At some point, you need to open your mouth and tell us what you're doing.
Remember, at the end of the day, all these offices that people occupy in this office, they are meant for you to serve the people of Kenya. You are there as Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs. You are there to serve the interest of Kenyans first. Capish?
It's a capish for me, but seems like it's not capish for everybody.
Not capishing.
Not capish, man.
Aye.
Because why are you silent? The silence for me, I think there are too many things about silence today that are just ringing in my head.
Yeah.
The silence for me, it just doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It is
It will
not
never
a
work.
method. It is not a method for getting anything done.
Yeah. You see, silence means one thing. Okay. I don't care. I don't give a hoot what is happening, But at the end of the day, silence is a form of communication.
You're
And
telling
in
me
one
something
way
as
or
well.
the other, you will have to still communicate away from the silence. So you might as well just communicate today and have the people who deserve these answers get the answers.
Sure.
Yes.
I also
Even if it's heartbreaking, you have still communicated.
Absolutely. And I think that also people, look, if, in the last few seconds before we get to the top of the hour, we know, all of us know people who are trying to get these jobs abroad. Please, for the love of God and all good things, be very careful when you're applying for these jobs, even if they do the due diligence. Do not allow desperation end you in a box.
We will sit here, we will say the Cabinet Secretary needs to work, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to work, but take care of yourself first. If it means you going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs
And
to find
asking.
out and asking, please
do it. Please.
Yes.
Too many people are dying. Too many people are getting caught in this dragnet. And now look at it. You're going to fight a war that, number one, is not yours. Number two, you're not trained for. And number three, you had no idea anything about even before that. Come on, guys. Yes, absolutely, Dennis. That there are folks in place who have to do a job. But at the end of the day, please do it for yourself as well. Do it for yourself. Those are conversations.
Jipende.
Kabisa. We'll talk about more as we get into it. Good morning at 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has swiftly moved to gazette the winners of last week's by-elections ahead of them being sworn in or taking an oath today. In a gazette notice released yesterday evening, the electoral agency recognized the mini-poll winners as validly elected. Mbeere North constituency winner Leo Wamuthende, whose victory stirred controversy and has been legally challenged, was also gazetted. Wamuthende, who vied under the president's party, emerged victorious in the Mbeere North parliamentary race, solidifying the party's hold in Embu County. He secured 15,802 votes, narrowly edging out his nearest rival, Newton Kariuki, also known as Newton Karish, who garnered 15,308 votes. There has been intense focus on Wamuthende's victory, given the razor-thin margin between him and his opponent. The National Transport Transport and Safety Authority, working jointly with the National Police Service, has unveiled an intensified nationwide crackdown targeting drunk driving and widespread traffic violations as the festive season kicks off. The renewed campaign will see the return of alcohol, breathalyzer testing, enhanced speed surveillance, and the reinstatement of mobile courts, measures aimed at curbing the annual spike in road accidents recorded during Christmas and New Year celebrations. Traffic Commandant Dr. Frederick Ochieng confirmed that enforcement operations will be more robust than in previous years, with increased focus on night patrols when most fatal crashes occur.
Honest members of the public have been sending me those videos, and we normally take what? We normally take action, and I would like members of the public to complain where they have reported and action has not been taken. I welcome that.
This was therefore to agree together that we do not want any Kenyan to lose their lives during this festive season, and therefore we recommit to do, each stakeholder to do their responsibilities, so that then for speed limiters, they have to ensure that speed limiters that are fitted in all vehicles provided for in law actually limit speed.
The government will not allow criminal gangs to harass Kenyans for political reasons. This is according to President William Ruto, who was speaking in Embakasi here in Nairobi. The president said a strict crackdown will be carried out against goons involved in violence during political rallies. He also instructed Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to ensure that all thugs are held legally accountable.
Wale ambao wanatumia vijana ama wahuni, watu ambao wanatumika kulete fujo, kupiganisha wananchi, kulete maafa, hawa ni watu ambao hatuwezi kukubali, na nishamueleza Inspector General wetu wa polisi kwamba watu hawa wote lazima wachukuliwe hatua kali za kisheria.
On his part, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen expressed his confidence in dealing with individuals who disrupt public rallies.
And Your Excellency, from the ministry, we have discussed with the IG that Your Excellency, in the most important issue we must deal with in the next few months, is to make sure that Your Excellency, we deal with the issue of goons across the country. And I must say this, Your Excellency, this must be done without fear or favor. It must be done indiscriminately. And you know, Your Excellency, our IG and the security sector cannot condone that behavior.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
this? First of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Residency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you for joining us this Tuesday. Indeed, it is already Tuesday, and we're getting into it proper this morning. Thank you so much as we get into this conversation. And you follow conversations online, you think about, okay, I need to get online to do 1, 2, 3. The way the world is, we're online for everything. But sometimes we can't because we can't.
Yeah, you can't because, internet is something that you need on a daily basis. So we talk about having bundles, especially now that everyone is on their phones. You need a bundle that will assure you of connectivity. Now, imagine a situation where you are streaming, you are enjoying your movie, you're listening to your greatest music, and all of a sudden, what happens? Kaput. Internet just left you like that. And with that, you start experiencing fear of missing out, especially when it's a situation where, assuming you're checking into your bank account, money just checked in, you've heard, people have had money, you're checking online banking, zero. But Airtel is here to assure you that with the Happy Hour Unlimited fund, you can buy bundles 1 hour at 19 shillings, 3 hours at how much? 45 shillings.
45 shillings.
But how do you do that?
Okay.
Star 544 hash. Or you go to your My Airtel app and do that. Just check. Buy all these bundles that you need. And if you're not on Airtel, just go to your nearest Airtel service provider and you get that SIM card. And you are connected. So, usiogope. If your Salu has not checked in, just go to Airtel, buy the bundles, check in.
You'll find
get the information that you need.
Or you'll find that particular information that you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's a new series that has just chomoked and you're checking in, you don't want to miss out, just buy the Airtel bundle. You'll be sorted ASAP.
You can also use your Airtel bundles to find out what is going on at Sarit, your city, as you get into the Christmas festivities. Bring your little ones to the Sarit Kids Center on the first floor for a full-time lineup of festive children's activities every Saturday and Sunday this festive season. There will be karaoke singing. There will be fun and games, even if you don't feel like it. Storytelling with Santa, family trivia, letter writing to Santa. You can write a letter to Santa and say, this year, Santa, I would like. I've been a good girl all year, and this is what I would like for you to do for me, Santa. Make it possible for me to take a trip around the world. Daily surprise Santa gifting. It's all about gifting this year on Sarit Your city. Buy Sarit gift vouchers for the perfect festive surprise. Enjoy live Christmas performances every weekend. Feast, shop, and jingle at Sarit this festive season. And as you do that, there's somebody who's making it into the Christmas season. I'll tell you who that is in just a bit. But the time is now to save up to 60% off across nearly every single category when you get into Naivas. Black November is entering into its final stretch with Naivas, and this is the final call. Electronics, food, fresh food, kitchenware, daily essentials, and more. We're talking about massive, unbeatable prices. So what are we giving away? Iron boxes, toasters, blenders, and heaters. You're going to need it later. And the big ones, 45 motorcycles and 6 vehicles, brand new ones, plus TVs, fridges, cookers, and more. Everybody get something this season with Naivas. It's so simple. Register for a loyalty card, do your shopping, and if you win, the winning message right on your receipt, pap, the moment you pay. This festive season, you need to take advantage of Lipa Pole Pole or the convenient buy now, pay later option. And you can use Faraja on M-Pesa for 0 interest installments. Shop more, stress less. That's the Naivas way. Now, before I go, here's some hype. The guy I told you he's coming, the icon, he's returning, or she. Get ready, Kenya, because the one, the only, the Naivas Kikwetu legendary Mbuzi is coming soon. Keep it locked on SpiceFM, The Drive with CEO. For more details, shop smart and stay tuned with Naivas. Naivas saves you money.
Kapisa.
If you have it in the first place.
And you see fear of missing out. It's a reality.
Fear of missing out is a reality.
But Airtel is sorting you out.
Fantastic. See how we can wrap all those things together very nicely. One big happy present for Christmas. And we're getting into those conversations this hour. As we do, we want to ask ourselves a number of questions as we get into the space where conversations around 2027 and the pulse of the nation, regions sending mixed political signals. This is where we are, this is where we are not. Professor Gitile Naitule is a former NCIC commissioner and a fellow National Academy, a fellow at the Kenya National Academy of Science, and joins us this morning. Prof, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good to have you in the hot seat.
I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Dennis, we welcome you with today's proverb first.
Yeah. Our proverb today comes from the coastal areas of the continent, right? And this one talks about palm trees. And it says, there are no shortcuts to the top of the palm trees. If you want to get to the top, start from
beginning.
The bottom.
You can't start from the top. You just start from the beginning. And when you come to the end, you stop. That is from Alice in Wonderland. So it simply means that shortcuts don't deliver anything. They are just that. Shortcuts to nothing. So you need to be able to follow the procedures. You need to be able to begin nicely. You need to be able to invest for proper returns. It's a good proverb.
Yeah.
We just talked about procedures, processes, and investing for proper returns to come. We'll talk about processes and procedures and especially 2027 elections and how we're heading there.
Absolutely. The words litmus test, dress rehearsal, show of the times to come, all of these buzzwords then became something over the last couple of months, and then into the by-election. And then the by-elections happen around the country. Some people are going to court, others are still disgruntled. There's a bitter taste in the mouths of very many. But the country as a whole is looking into 2027, and we're trying to figure out what that pulse is. You've written some interesting things. We'll get into that in just a minute. But just give us an overview, Prof, from what we saw last week and where the country is going. What would you say, or how would you say Kenya's heart is currently beating?
I think what we saw, what happened last week, does not augur well for the country, for peace and the stability of Kenya. There was open bribery of voters, open. Nobody was trying to hide it. And then there was open police bias. And then there was an IBC that didn't even bother to pretend to be impartial. Now, when you put all those things together, then the country needs prayers because that is really deadly. But of course, there was also another message there. And the message is the Kenyans have nearly fed up with the government.
Oh.
Because I think the total number of elected positions were 27.
Yeah.
17, opposition won 17 of those. And then the government won 8, together with the ODM.
Yeah.
And the ones they won race thin in areas where they won 100% in the previous election. It shows that the government is facing a very tough election campaign. If you take Njeri, for example, in the 2022 election, the candidate who is now the minister got that 4,000 votes. Opposition you combined and only 2,000. So you can imagine that was an overwhelming vote for UNDA because he was in TP but supporting UNDA. Now, in the last election, the difference was 400 about 400 votes or 400 something votes. That should tell you how much confidence has been eroded. I mean, the confidence in the states, in the government, in the UNDA which they elected. Now, if you look at Malaba, it's nearly the same thing. The difference was 1,000 votes. With all the investment, you see what you need to check is the amount of money spent. If what they say about the money is correct, then it means that they spend 15 million per single vote which they received. That is heavy expenditure, and then the returns are almost negligible. So what he's telling us is the opposition can win the next election. All they need is to organize and capitalize on the discontent, because it's widespread. Because all the areas we have mentioned were the areas which were fully behind the UNDA, fully, 100%. And now there isn't a lot to write home about, because when you lose 50% of your supporters in 3 years, in 2 years, you're probably going to lose 70 to 80%, even not 100%.
But Prof, when you talk about the elections that we've just experienced, we call it the 2025 elections, there is the question that if this is a litmus test of what is to come in 2027, you look at the elections as a process. So you look at IEBC, voter bribery that you've talked about. IEBC is silent. You talk about the same voter bribery, and the police and the bias that you talk about, the police have been silent. In other areas, you find that there has been violence that you've experienced. People have died. IEBC has been silent. Talk about an impartial IEBC, you know. And one asks the question, if this is just happening in 2025, there is fear that we might see worse in 2027. And if that is the case, then what is the solution and how should we deal with that?
Yes, because I think the impartiality about the MBC, you can forget about that. They demonstrated they're not impartial.
Oh, really?
They demonstrated they are fully behind the executive. They are actually part of the executive. So they are not an impartial referee. And now they even committed the crimes. I think the people who are involved in these elections, they need to hold the chairman of MBC criminally liable for gazetting illegal names, for clearing an non-existent person to run for an election, and then not just clearing, allowing them to breach the Elections Act by voting by somebody who is not in the register. Voting, you know, that's misrepresentation. That's a criminal offense. So what we are looking here is an MPC that is either completely incompetent, but also it explains how they were recruited. How are they recruited? Remember, there were 2 lists. There was a proper, what you can call, if you like, a proper shortlisting. Then there was another unjacked shortlisting. And then it turned out in the process of confirmation, some didn't even apply, but they found their way into that body. What is happening here, that's why I say in Kenya we will need, if there was a time when we need prayers, to peacefully go over this. It is now. Because when you have Mbonde so captured, a referee so captured, people are walking into the election with a referee they don't trust. You see what we saw happening with the police. When there is violence in any election, like for example Malaba, people are invaded in their own homes and beaten. An independent IBC should have cancelled that election immediately, because you can't hold the election under those circumstances. When we saw something similar to military vehicles in Mbere, the moment those vehicles appear, IBC is supposed to suspend that election, because once an electoral area is declared, all the police in that area becomes officials of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. They are no longer taking their command from the chief of the police. They become officials. They become officials of IMBC. But you see, they were looking as people are being harassed, as people are being beaten. So, as what I'm saying, what we saw, you see, this was the big opportunity for IMBC to demonstrate that they can be an independent and impartial referee, and they failed miserably.
And that they could drop the stain of IEBCs in the past.
Exactly.
This is interesting because you also mention in this article that you've written, the by-election mirage, why Ruto's claim of momentum is built on sand. And in the first paragraph there, at the end of it, you said it was a desperate performance by a regime trying to mask the erosion of its legitimacy. So there are many things happening here concurrently. There's legitimacy being sought. There is also masking of then something which you don't want people to see. What's that?
Well, what they don't want people to see is they have actually failed to deliver. Okay? They are trying to say, I still have support. You see, if you still have support, maybe you have delivered something. So they worked too hard to show that. They, and this IMBC again, allowed cabinet secretaries to openly campaign. The Speaker of the National Assembly openly campaigning. I mean, this, if we normalize this erosion of rule of law.
The Deputy President.
The Deputy President can campaign.
He can,
but not the Cabinet Secretary. And also not the Speaker of the National Assembly. So what we have done here, and that's why people mustn't go to court. Because you cannot normalize breach of law, open breach of law by the people we trust to uphold the law. People actually sworn in upholding the law. So that is what they are doing. They are masking the fact that they didn't deliver, because, I mean, when you, in a short time as 3 years, and you are losing 50 to 60%, and even that 50%, we are merely saying they had it, because they really didn't have it. If the heavy artillery, the indirect, and you see, if the campaign was normal, totally normal, peaceful, people allowed to make proper choices without bribery, without violence, and then they got that 50%, then you can say, okay, the 50% is still don't believe in you. But it's very clear when you look at what was invested and the nature of the campaign, and then you look at the outcome, and you realize that it's very likely these guys could not have gotten even 2,000 votes.
You know, Prof, there's a lot that has been said that the president, we've heard him say that saizi si mambo ya kupiga siasa, saizi wakati wa kupiga kazi. But you read what the president is saying vis-a-vis what his officers are doing, and one asks the question, this is doublespeak. Why would the president be having doublespeak? Because when you see cabinet secretaries, his executive members, campaigning, yet at the same time saying saizi ni wakati wa kufanya kazi, seems as though the president does not know where to step on or where to stand. But while at that, we know what bodies like NCIC ought to have done, because remember when exchanges of words between the former deputy president and the deputy president and Dakuvua nguo wewe and all these statements, and one asks the question, why do we have bodies that ought to deliver on certain objectives but don't do that? Why do we have an NCIC that one would say is a toothless dog, is not speaking. You look at what EACC has done. We've given a report. This individual is not fit to run for office. But then again, they're cleared to run for office anyway. What are we doing as a country?
Well, first, any body with the authority to guide us, which has been given by the law and the Constitution, is as good as the people you put there. You see, the problem the country is facing, it did not start with William Ruto. It started with Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta hired the commissioners before he had advertised. And he hired purely based on loyalty. You know, we say Uhuru Kenyatta, of course, the president wasn't hiring anybody. His officers, you know, the people who are in charge of that hiring, the officer, the people, you know, in the government, what's so interesting is for example, no one, maybe I shouldn't mention the names, but you have people in the ministries who are so powerful, they select, they make the list and they take to the president for signature. Of course, you can't do that Ruto because Ruto is very particular. He checks everything himself. But Uhuru Gempelege here and aside, he wasn't interested in finding who is it again and all that. Now, these people are hiring you based purely. Are you loyal to us? Okay, it's not that can you do the job? Because it's like NCSC doesn't exist. Even the ethics, what are they doing? Because they couldn't be involved in some of these things. You see, even when the president says Irundiro with Nguns, you know, you are challenged to ask what is he really saying, because only the government can have Nguns. You see, the work of the Kenya police is to prevent crime which has not occurred.
Yes.
And to apprehend people when they commit crimes. Where does citizens, individuals have the power to organize Nguns? Where is the police? Where is the National Intelligence Service? Where is the entire government apparatus? By the time we organize the Nguns, they will arrest you even before you start. So if you see Ngunism culture coming in, it's because the government is sponsoring the Nguns. The police is looking away because the government is only entity with the capacity to basically break the law and get scot-free.
But for what purpose? I imagine that if you think about it, if you were met by a goon, you know, you're in the city doing the democratic exercise like voting, and they came and they, you know, took apart a particular operation, it's not something that you would remember fondly. You wouldn't imagine it fondly. And if then folks, the likes of Professor Naituli, are telling you that these are government-sponsored goons, in what reality would it be that I would adhere myself to a government who put me in that position? Because one would imagine that goons are used for a particular purpose. And if that purpose is to quell somebody or to get somebody on their side, how possible is it that I would harbor positive thoughts towards such a government?
What is happening here is what is called weaponization of poverty. These people are not even paying a lot of money, like 1,000 or 500.
Even less from what we hear.
Even less. But you see now they become effective because the police look the other way. The police can stop it, but they imagine if the government doesn't want this stopped, they can risk their jobs. They can, they can get harassed later and so on. So they look the other way. If police in the polling day, the polling is very well manned by the Kenya police. And if the police are allowed to do their job properly, they will do it properly. They are trained. They know their job. They know their job is to make sure there is peace in the voting, that every Kenyan is protected. Okay, but when they know there have been instruction to interfere na hii, your job is on the line. So they protect them. This is how the state decays. This is how a state becomes a banana republic. Because when the law enforcers are tied, people blame the police very unfairly. Extremely unfairly.
They're doing what they've been asked to do, is what you're saying.
Well, the
police are behaving.
Sometimes they are not even being asked. Signals are sent that this is how the system wants things to move. So if you interfere at your own risk. Sometimes you are not even, they won't even come and tell you. They send signals. Okay? I mean, assuming, look, when the minister comes with those goons, what is the police are supposed to do? This is the guys who need to uphold the constitution and defend it, and they work according to the law. But he is with them. Police do what? You know, these are just innocent Kenyans trying to survive like you and me. So the problem is the command. You solving this problem, you need to look at the command. That is where the problem lies. Because you see, when they allow this culture now to become normal, I mean, do you really think the police, the Kenya police, will go and throw tear gas in a church? Why?
But they did.
Yeah, they did. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They won't. They are told to do it.
On their own, they wouldn't do it, is what you're saying.
Yes, they wouldn't do it.
But then one must question, if you're saying they're just ordinary citizens like everybody else, one must question that position against a statement in this article that you made, where you said in 2027, Ruto will face a nationwide electorate whose patience has thinned and whose expectations have sharpened. The economic pain is real and the hunger is visceral. The disillusionment is widespread. So that means it has spread, not just you and I or the people or somebody who is, plying their trade, even to these police that you talk about.
Even to them.
So wouldn't it be a situation whereby they're tired as being used as guns for hire across board? Is it not everybody?
It is. You see, well, that's why I said weaponization of poverty. Because if there is something the president has done very successfully, he has spread misery very fairly, okay, to nearly everyone in equal measure. So the police like you, they are having the same economic experiences. They are also paying SHA. They are also paying all this, because if you try now to calculate taxes by January, 49.25% will be going into tax from your salary. The police are also subject to the same thing.
They are.
You understand? So what it is, though, is when people are being reduced to nothing, okay, they tend to sort of defend the little that they're having. So don't expect a policeman to make an independent decision to obstruct a goon operation, because that will work against the person. Okay? So, there is this idea that it's an interesting story. There's a Vladimir Lenin, the guy, the revolutionary, the Russian revolution.
Lenin, yeah.
He came with a chicken to the political bureau, the Politburo, and he removed the feathers very roughly. The chicken cried and they cried, pain. He started bleeding all over. And then he threw it to the ground. And then it started to throw grain to it. Eventually, he started defending it from his hand. You see, first he made it suffer miserable. And then now he reduced it to a beggar. You understand? So this is basically what is happening with the policies we are making. We are making policies stripping Kenyans naked completely. And then eventually, they may very well behave like the Vladimir Lenin chicken.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Professor, is that where Kenyans find themselves? Because you look at it in terms of the anti-finance bill protest, where Kenyans have come out, they have said, no, we do not want this. They're beaten, they're killed on the streets. Come 2025, Kenyans again go to commemorate the same, and they're beaten. Kenyans are killed. It's a repetition of the same. You come to the 2025 by-elections, and you find Kenyans again surrounding the very politicians they are saying no to. And again, Kenyans allowed themselves to be used as goons to fight fellow Kenyans. Have we turned ourselves to be Vladimir Lenin's chicken?
We have turned ourselves to be exactly that. And it's very unfortunate. But also, you see what happened with the Njeri uprising, 2024. When Raila crossed over to the government, the opposition, there was no opposition. So the vacuum was created. And nature has a vacuum. So these young people occupied that. Now, the opposition right now can actually create the same thing. They can create the same thing, and the 2027 will be very explosive. They can decide there is no opposition. Do you understand? They can actually tone it down even in their campaign so that they don't give a force. If they conclude that the president is determined to steal the election, the best thing for them is now to look like they have surrendered. These young people will come out again. Because now they will realize they don't have a defender. You see, that is why it's very important to build the country and to create peace. You need a believable opposition, a strong opposition. And then a government that can respond to criticism. Okay, in terms of correcting it itself. That way stability is maintained because the frustrations are contained. But when the space is left like that, the frustrations boil.
What is a credible opposition? You know, this is the thing, that whether it's coming from the mouth of the president, who's used all kinds of flowery words about the opposition, or whether it's coming from the opposition themselves, what is a credible opposition? What is it that is going to convince Kenyans that you also will not be the chicken who's defeathered in the hands of Vladimir Lenin? How do you convince them that you wouldn't do the same, if not worse?
I think the opposition we can confuse, although I think you ask a very fundamental question, because when you look at the last election had the two candidates who have spent their life fighting for good governance. That was Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, compared to UNDA, and the Kenyans rejected.
Wholesomely.
The proven.
By 200,000 votes, many would argue.
Why 200,000 votes? I agree with you. Because although, of course, if you analyze properly, really, they could easily have won that election.
This is it.
Problem is that they won him before they won, and they didn't bother having agents. They didn't, once you don't have agents in the polling stations, your opponent can do whatever they want with the result at the polling station. So I agree, you can't really accuse the Kenyans, I agree completely, of rejecting that ticket. But then that ticket, it should have gotten so much vote that even if you are to manipulate the election, you are never to manipulate.
This is the question, and I think even coming from what Aseto was asked, because this seems to be the quagmire. That on the onset there seems to be a heavy amount of dissatisfaction. The by-election happened on Thursday. Friday, the president was in Nakuru launching this road, and there were thousands of people by the roadside.
No, that one.
So if optics are anything, and we know that politically optics are it's perspective, and optics are used a lot of times to cement an idea in people's minds, which is the truth. So if we're saying that Kenyans are dissatisfied, this is what you've said. Kenyans are dissatisfied. Kenyans are disenfranchised. Kenyans are disillusioned, and they're not happy with this status quo. They voted in a particular direction. It was not accepted, but they're being shown something very clearly. Shouldn't it be an everyday thing? The president is convinced that he's doing the right thing. Him and his generals are convinced that the people of Kenya actually want these things that he's not doing.
That is where the president is terribly wrong. What you saw there is a sign of idleness. It's a sign that people have nothing to do. In fact, those crowds should worry the president. He shouldn't be inspired thinking that they are coming because they support him. Everywhere the president is going, people will show up because they are idle. They are not working. It's a working day. See, that day you are saying it's a working day. So if you're going to get that kind of background on a working day and you are the president of the country, what that should tell you? It should tell you these people have nothing else to do. They have come to see the motorcade. They have come to see the president. But I can tell you that doesn't mean it to translate into the vote, because even Moi, when he was president, and a lot of us thought that he wasn't a good president, he always had the ground. Is that time when he didn't have the ground? Uhuru Kenyatta, he interfered in the first term. Then Jubilee was a failure, honestly. Jubilee, I think what you're having in William Ruto, and just Jubilee on steroids, because really, but where did Uhuru go and you didn't see the ground? Didn't they vote for him when he proposed a candidate? So you can give Kenyans some credit. First, they respected the office of the president, which is very good. They need to respect that office. Number two, they have nothing to do. So if the president is coming here, they will line up. They will go to see the vehicles. They will go to see the president. Then the president sees them because he's not interpreting. You know, these are my people.
The unspoken.
Yes, I'm supposed to be responsible for them. So why is it that they are here on a working day?
So he should be asking himself, rather than glorying in the moment where there are 1,000 people there, what you're saying is that after the day of a by-election where he wants to tell somebody that they've actually won and that they're going in the right direction, he should be questioning and saying, why on Friday at 11 a.m. are thousands of people here looking at me?
Precisely. That's the question which should come to his mind. It's not that they love me. Why are they here? Why are they not in their work? See, the country is a standstill. When you can collect, and I can tell you the president can collect that ground anywhere. Anywhere. He can collect them any day, any time, because we are all idle. 70% are not working. Of these young people, 70.
Prof, you talk about 70% of these young people who are not working, right? And you talk about a population that is being looked upon pretty much in the next election to go out there and vote. But as they go there, the 2025 elections have already shown where IEBC stands. That we also have a police unit, right, that chooses to look the other way. But as we go to 2027, question is, can IEBC reclaim itself and prove to Kenyans that they can deliver? And if not, what does that mean to 2027 elections?
I doubt they can reclaim themselves because I'm beginning to think they don't have capacity for reclaiming themselves. So if I was leading the opposition, I would demand that we hire new people because the country is too important to surrender to these fellows who have already demonstrated that they just don't have the capacity. How do you clear somebody? You see, Article 99A insists that for you to be an MP, to run for MP, you must be a registered voter. That's under number one. How do you go over that one and clear somebody who is not a registered voter? How do you then also supervise that person to commit a crime of misrepresentation? So these people are not competent. I think this is a question of competence here. Because also the way they are recruited was wrong. Even I think the architecture of Article 88 is not right. The president should be completely divorced from recruitment of IMBC. And it's easy to do that. You see, you can set up a body like the Judicial Service Commission now, the way it operates. And that body, once it advertises, interviews, it sends the name to the president. The president has no choice but to appoint those names. You see, as it is right now, the president set up the panel.
Yes.
Okay? So if the president sets up the panel, he tells you, he can also send you the list of the people you are supposed to assist during the interview. Do you understand that? I mean, sometimes we behave too naively as a country. The president is a participant in the election, but he sets up the recruitment panel alone. And then you saw what was happening there. The parliament, the parties actually nominated
members.
They are members. ODM nominated and the UDA nominated because it was kind of an agreement between the late Raila Odinga and the President Ruto. But these are not the only participants in the election. Do you understand? So sometimes the way we do things...
There are at least 1,400 and something more.
The way we do things. So there's opposition. There's still time. They should insist that you disband the whatever left of this IMPC. You create a new one. If they fail to do that, then they should go for criminal liability over them by elections on the chairman and the CEO. And they leave the other commissioners alone. Just go after those two. because they committed crime.
There's also an opportunity to really test the judiciary here. Oftentimes we forget that the judiciary is an arm of government. It is not the, I keep saying, it's not the abandoned stepsister in the attic somewhere. It's an arm of government to keep in check quite a number of things as well. Because often, Prof, it's as though we say these things. We say, yes, there must be criminal liability. There must be prosecutorial questions brought. There must be interrogation of this process. And if somebody is found culpable, that person or those persons then must pay for what they've done. It sounds damning when we say it. And it sounds like we hold some kind of gravitas and authority when we make those proclamations. But the process that is required for that to happen is often where we have a problem. People don't obey court orders. There's a law, for God's sake, that the cabinet secretaries should have remembered that they cannot do this during an election, but that's ignored. The Speaker of the National Assembly is a non-partisan member of government. It is very clear the position that he should have taken. But so these are suggestions. It's like somebody says, do you want an orange or a banana? And you're just kind of like,
would you like to have?
Yeah, but this is the law that requires you to do a certain thing. So when we say this and an election has taken place, people have already gloried in a victory, or people have already, been miserable in a loss. And so we are saying that who is going to be responsible for making sure that these wrongs are righted? If that's a word, let's make it up and go. Okay.
I think the Kenyans are the one who have to be responsible. I'll correct something more. The judiciary is not an arm of government. Our constitution sets up 3 branches of government.
It's a branch of government, yes.
It's a branch of government.
Yeah.
So it sets up 3: executive, judicial, and legislation. And they're supposed to, the concept is to introduce what is called checks and balances.
But so there's not one that's above the other.
Yes, exactly.
There's not one, they're on the same level.
So the problem Kenyans have found is to have a proper parliament. Parliament, in fact, has more power than the executive.
Yes.
The parliament can, for example, right now, remove the president for violation of law. All those ministers who went to campaign, they can be impeached tomorrow for that, for campaigning, because that's a violation of law. But then the Kenyans don't have parliament. They don't have proper parliament because they have not elected good people, patriotic people who love their country, people are completely nationalistic, people who can defend the Kenya's interest, who can defend the constitution, and that means defending the people of Kenya. So it is the parliament, the weakest link in the management of Kenya is parliament. And that is why Kenya may very well end up becoming a banana republic, because in just saying is when the executive ignores court orders, parliament can enforce. You see what happened in Korea? Yes. The Korean president illegally declared martial law. But parliament convinced and they removed him from office because that was an illegal act.
Prof, you've just...
I'm laughing because I'm wondering who here.
Prof, you've just brought in something that is very critical. We keep saying on this show that the greatest office that Kenyans have in this country is not even the executive.
No,
it is parliament.
It's parliament.
It is parliament. That means if Kenyans decided to scrutinize each and every single person who wants to run for member of parliament and give them express orders on how they want to be represented, perhaps we will have a country, or we'll have a parliament that will steer this country to where it ought to go. Because if a president jokes around and does not respect the law, disrespects court orders, parliament can sanction him. If cabinet secretaries decide to play outside the rules, they can sanction them and fire them at any given time. It therefore calls upon Kenyans to critically think of people it puts in the National Assembly and the MCAs to just fix this country and steer us the way we want to go.
Exactly. I think you really need to congratulate the judiciary. Under the 2010 architecture, judiciary has stood firm. I mean, there may be a few lapses here and there, but the judiciary is the only thing holding this country together right now. In the terms of 3 arms of government, you can persuasively argue that you simply don't have a parliament. I mean, you saw what happens in 2024 during Gen Z protest. They insisted that there will be even no comma in passing the finance bill, and they passed it.
Right.
And then when things went south, the president, some of them, then they clapped when the president told them what you have done is useless. And then he is telling them in his house, in his state house. So our weakest link for governance, for proper governance,
is Parliament. But I have to ask why. Because before, if you have conversations with individuals who go into Parliament prior to the entry into Parliament, these are people who are on. They're switched on. They're switched on. Some of them are professionals in their own right. They're switched on. But I'm convinced that there's something somebody is either injecting, or there's some water
sniffing
that's being drunk, or something. Yes, because how is it possible that you can change and do a 360, in this case 180, right? On positions that you held before. You convinced people you were going to legislate budget oversight for them, but then you go and then you go and do it for another employee. Essentially, you go do it for another employee. What happens? Or is it that people were always that way? If we're saying Parliament is actually the weakest link in governance in Kenya today, across board, because we're saying a by-election that may have been a sham because of an IEBC that doesn't operate, the Controller of Budget is talking today about half a trillion shillings in pending bills that could cripple the economy. Parliament could fix that if it did oversight. We're also talking about people who are going to other countries and then they be duped, and then they're on the front lines. Parliament can actually fix that, can censure a ministry, foreign affairs, and a prime cabinet secretary to come and actually do your job. All of these things rest in the hands of this house. So how do you convince Kenyans that these people that you vote for every cycle are actually there to do this thing, because it falls right at their doorstep?
You know, you ask a really an important question, and maybe the Kenyans, hopefully they can listen to that question, because you are saying, how do we convince them? How do we convince them? Because you see, they live with these people, they are part of us, and they are the ones who give us, some people dropped out of school, then go to Parliament, because dropping out of school means you are not a consistent worker. You see what when you sustain yourself in school until you graduate or you finish high school properly, it's also some level of commitment and discipline. They won't give you anybody. Some people, was fellows, these Kenyans, and the Parliament started going wrong, by the way, from 2013. It has never always been like this. You have to remember there was time Parliament was Parliament. It andikina Madhagarua, the Parliament andikina Koigi wa Mwere, Mashengo wa Mwashovi, Sifule wa Shuma, serious Kenyans. Now what has happened over the years, if you follow, is only actually Luo Nyanza that elect intelligent people. That's why they always look like they are the ones in the opposition. Almost permanently.
What do you mean by that, Prof?
No, they elect clever people.
Okay. Nobody else does?
No, the other Kenyans don't. Like, for example, if you look at the central Kenya, we elect the worst. We elect business people. For example, in the Mount Kenya region, I think is the worst. In sending quite fairly useless people to that Mpuke. But can you compare them, for example? This guy, before he became the minister, he was very effective. There's Obion Rai, for example. Even in John Mbandi. When you look at what comes out of Luo Nyanza in terms of members of Parliament, is probably the best. And always, not once or twice, they always progressively give us the best legislators. The rest of the country gives us very interesting characters. The question now you're asking, and is very fundamental, how do we convince these people that please, when you are electing, give us people who can protect you? Because what you are doing, you are electing, you are advocating.
And yet, sorry, Prof, but in other sectors, we're able to do that really well. If Dennis Aseto presented himself before a panel at the Standard Group, for example, and said that, you know what, you need to hire me because I can actually report, I can read the news, and I can conduct interviews. The only way you're going to be able to test that is when he does it. If he doesn't do it, you remove him. It happens all the time.
Well, there's even
but why can't we do?
There's even a clause in the Constitution.
But we never activate it.
No, Parliament has refused to give strength to that constitutional provision, because you have to do it to give strength to it. In fact, the court has tried to create a path for recall, and I think that clause will up if it is properly enforced. But also, we have introduced a band culture. We have made money the only thing that defines you are worthy. Now, usually clean people who can present you, they are not thieves, because most people who have money in Kenya, most have actually stolen it. Because the way you get money in Kenya, you either work with the government or trained with the government. There is nobody who has discovered a computer here or a program, a new product. So if you analyze all the Kenyan, 125 of them, because if you are aware, 125 Kenyans own the wealth of 42.7 million of us. In other words, they collect the money that 125 people are controlling in Kenya. is 42.5 million when we have 50 million. So you can imagine that level. Okay, that level of dominance. Now, if you investigate those 125, it may be 1 or 2 or 3 people who have started an industry and genuine business, which they have made money. The rest are either trended with the government, inflated contracts, tenders, inflated tenders, okay? Outright theft. I mean, you got the case of this Bamudani guy stealing from Kenyatta Hospital, okay? And then changing the name, and then people of Mbeere and giving him a vote, because you can't tell me they didn't give him some vote. They actually didn't give him vote. When they give him vote, they knew ethics was after him. They knew the reasons for changing the name, but they still. So what it is here is civic education. We require civic education extensively, but I don't know when it can be done.
But Prof, civic education is needed. There is also the fact that the agencies that ought to work need to work. There is also the need for that clause to be given power.
Yeah.
How do we give that close power if the body that is supposed to give it power to come with policies that will give it the power to operate has refused to do that?
No.
How will Kenyans take advantage of that clause that has been given to them by the Constitution?
2027 is coming. Ask the Kenyans to take advantage of 2027 and getting good people to Mbunge, but also asking good people to offer themselves. Because another thing is the middle class. We are always afraid of going there because we are misunderstood. I mean, like in my constituency, I can give you an example of my constituency. There was a candidate with a PhD. There's another one who has nothing because he dropped out of school. They elected that one who was... So you see, people avoid that humiliation because these Kenyans are not going to understand you. Now, I'm hoping that the misery they're experiencing, they understand the value of parliament, they understand the value of the MCA. You can see, for example, in Meru, because Meru has got the most educated MCAs in the country. 90% of them have a university degree. You can see how they took on the governor and removed.
Yes.
Do you understand? Because of the stock of education. Now, park parliament with good educated Kenyans and also moral Kenyan. People are not going there to make money, but they are going there to serve. Now, if the country can do that in 2027, then we begin to see light at the end of the tunnel.
Indeed.
Because the country has resources, plenty of resources. It is the greed that is spreading poverty. It's not because this country is poor.
It's not because Kenya is poor, but it is the greed that is spreading poverty. Professor Gitile Naituli has also said, pack parliament with educated, focused people. That should be your goal. You were asking for what next? Pack parliament with educated and resourceful people who want to actually make a difference. That's what you need. That's what you need to do.
Yes,
exactly. And we're asking what then? That's it. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. It's a minute past 8 o'clock. Professor Gitile Naituli is the former NCIC commissioner, as well as a fellow at the Kenya National Academy of Science. Asante sana for being here this morning. These are the conversations we have. We'll continue after 8. It's a minute past 8. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The International Criminal Court has officially closed its investigations into the situation in Kenya, ending years of legal and political debate in and outside the country. The ICC prosecutor Karim Khan has announced that it concluded its investigations into the 2007 post-election violence on 27th November 2023. However, despite closing the main case files against all suspects, the ICC is still pursuing 2 unarrested Kenyans charged with tampering with or attempting to bribe witnesses, contrary to Article 70 of the Rome Statute. It should be noted that the ICC charges were dropped for lack of evidence against retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, President William Ruto, Francis Mudaura, Mohammed Hussein Ali, Henry Koskei, and Joshua Arap Sang. The ICC has reiterated that it will not conduct a new investigation but will monitor the execution of arrest warrants for Kenyans Walter Osapiri, Barasa, and Philip Kipkoech, who are alleged to have tampered with evidence. A dispute has erupted between Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga and her Deputy Governor Oyugi Magwanga after Wanga dismissed Magwanga from the Agriculture Ministry. In the reshuffle made yesterday, Governor Wanga has appointed Roads CEC Danish Onyango as the acting agriculture CEC. Wanga has also dismissed Lands CEC Peter Ogola. Ogola has been Magwanga's confidant in the Homa Bay County government. Governor Wanga has also appointed Joseph Mitito as the Lands CEC. In a statement, Wanga said he should submit Mutito's name to the county assembly for approval. It is reported that the reshuffle followed a dispute that arose after the Kasipul parliamentary by-election, where Magwanga supported independent candidate Philip Aroko, while Wanga was campaigning for ODM candidate Boyd Were, who emerged victorious. Now, the National Transport and Safety Authority, working jointly with the National Police Service, that is Traffic Department, has unveiled an intensified nationwide crackdown targeting drunk driving. Traffic Commandant Dr. Frederick Ochieng confirmed that enforcement operations will be more robust than it has been in previous years in order to reduce the number of road accidents.
Honest members of the public have been sending me those videos, and we normally take what? We normally take action, and I would like members of the public to complain where they have reported and action has not been taken. I welcome that.
This was therefore to agree together that we do not want any Kenyan to lose their lives during this festive season, and therefore we commit to do, each stakeholder to do their responsibilities, so that then for speed limiters, they have to ensure that speed limiters that are fitted in all vehicles provided for in law actually limit speed.
And moving on, the Embassy of Kenya in Riyadh has commenced a mass registration exercise for Kenyan nationals under HUROB. The move provides an opportunity for those in distress to obtain emergency travel certificates and return safely to Kenya. HUROB refers to a classification in Saudi Arabia applied to migrant workers who are reported as having left their employers or breached residency rules. Conflicts involving pay, working hours, or contract disputes often push workers to leave their jobs, after which employers file HUROB reports. In some cases, workers quit after going for long periods without being paid, leading employers to register them as having absconded. Switching to another employer without receiving official approval for a transfer also violates residency regulations and results in a HUROB status. Additionally, workers who fail to renew their residency permits on schedule can be marked under HUROB. The embassy has also advised all eligible Kenyans to come forward for ETC processing with or without a passport, as long as they can present any valid Kenyan identification document. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, and Kenya's biggest conversation continues at this time this Tuesday as we then get into people keep asking questions. What next? What next? What next are we going to do? We're going to have a what next conversation this morning. Just telling you details about that in just a minute. But Mr. Aseto, you said that even when the tank is empty or when it's about to be empty, that there's still hope.
There is still hope.
All right.
And you see, hope is there is fear of missing out. Let me explain. You see, right now we're getting to the festive season, right? And everyone wants to travel. So if you're booking tickets, you're doing that online, right? So whether it's SGR or you're doing flights, you're doing that online. Now imagine a situation where you have logged in, you have selected the best window seat to enjoy the views and everything. But as you're going to just click enter to finish, internet does that thing.
It dies.
Pop. And remember, you're not the only one who's looking for these seats. Many other people are looking for these seats. That means you need to have a reliable partner, service provider who will give you internet uninterrupted and at an affordable price. So enter Airtel. Airtel is here to tell you that we are here to sort you out. We are here to ensure that this internet you've been looking for, one that will ensure that you book these seats and get the best views and everything, we are here to sort you out. It's affordable. Why? Because you can buy an unlimited data bundle for 1 hour at 19 shillings, for 3 hours at 45 shillings only. You know, it is called the Happy Hour Unlimited Fun Bundles. What is your formal moment? What is this experience that you have experienced in your life that you want to share with us? I've just told you mine. It has happened before, you know. So you miss that seat, unajipata umekaa karibu na choo. It happens, right? Which one is yours? Share with us on Spice FM social media pages. Christine will get in touch with you, and you have an opportunity of winning 3,000 shillings airtime, courtesy of Airtel.
Fantastic. Exactly. And those are the conversations that, get us moving one step at a time. The next conversation is one interesting, and we're just joking about that earlier, that it's not too difficult to always find stuff that will get you to interrogate about. The Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya is Mwara Kabata. He's here in the hot seat this morning. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Good to see you.
Asante, good to see you too.
We're going to be looking at something today. The push to empower the NCIC and the EACC. The words toothless dog, bark no bite. We've heard things like that being used over and over again about these two institutions in particular. We'll get into that in just a minute because there is some possible legislation that would move this, or would move the needle. But before we do that, as you are sometimes in the business of interpretation, Dennis is going to welcome you to today's proverb.
Leiko Kazi. We are in the coastal countries, pretty much, of the continent. And they have these trees, palm trees, coconut trees, everything you could think about. But what they're telling us is, there is no shortcut to the top of the palm tree. What do you think these individuals are telling us?
You know, curiously, two things. One is that I've been on Airtel for about 25 years now.
See?
And when it used to be called Kensel, like,
oh my word!
So many names have changed.
Yeah.
Secondly, I was also born in Mombasa. And so the metaphor meaning of that you have to climb the coconut tree, there's no shortcut to it, is that the coconut tree is very tall and slippery. And when it rains, it has a capacity not to absorb water, and so it becomes extremely difficult to scale it up. But curiously, with hard work, consistency, and a little bit of wit, it's possible to actually get to the top. And when you get to the top, for those who know what happens in the palm tree, it has the potency of really good wine. And so it gives the promise that you'll get better things after hard work. Yes.
Mnazibia. But you see, even on that Airtel that you're talking about, how do you get these unlimited bundles? *544#, or you go to your My Airtel app and you buy these bundles.
I use my app.
See?
I use my app.
Look at this is a brand ambassador.
Brand ambassador. Exactly.
Anybody listen?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, 25 years.
25 years.
My
yes.
goodness.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're listening, so they definitely have noted that one.
Yeah.
All right, getting into some of this stuff today, because it's the stuff of the period that Kenya finds itself in at the moment, and probably will be. I mean, 2026 is going to be political pro-max. By the time people come back and say Happy New Year, we're in the campaign season, even before you can get the words Happy New Year out of it, because we've come off a by-election period. But there are many things that happen in between that. And that the NCIC, the National Commission,
National
Cohesion and Integration Commission, has been tasked with to do certain things to make sure that people behave themselves. Basically, I mean, rudimentary definition, but all right, to make sure that people behave themselves politically. But never have we seen that really anybody has gotten more than a slap on the wrist from the NCIC. And they tell us all the time, well, it's because, okay, fine, they can point out, they can reprimand, they can maybe in some cases fine or recommend court, but they can't actually do anything. The EACC can recommend. They can put forth cases towards the DCI or the DPP. But beyond that, they really can't do anything. And so then one must wonder, why have these watchdog bodies, essentially, if they're not going to be able to do more than bark? And that forms the basis of our conversation today. Today, what are their calls to increase their powers? Where do you see that going?
While it is welcome to strengthen institutions by building further avenues to enable those institutions to achieve their statutory or constitutional mandates, there is also that safeguard that there has to be complementarity in how these institutions function. I am of the school of thought that believes on the independence of institutions, but then with more emphasis on the independence of constitutional commissions and offices that are set out in the Constitution. And while I say this, I mean it with a lot of honesty that that necessary dialogue on strengthening, for instance, the NCIC and the EACC has not started right now. Although, if you look at the decided case law from our courts and the shape that the legislative arm of government is attempting to take these conversations, is that there is need to center and localize the prosecutorial power of institutions, and especially to give credence to the constitutional underpinning authority of the Director of Public Prosecution, that office established under Article 157 of the Constitution of Kenya. Now, the diaphragm narrative then should just be simply that after Okoh Mtata went to court in 2018, the court pronounced itself in Okoh Mtata and two others versus the AG that the prosecutorial power vests in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And I think I agree with it on the larger scale that if then indeed you intend to prosecute anyone from these other complementary institutions, then it can only be done through the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I say this because if everyone then is mandated to prosecute everyone, we may have a moment where we lack a centralized authority that vests power which is exercised by other authorities. Then it becomes a murky state of diluted water. But it does not mean that these offices cannot collaborate, they cannot have a cohesive manner in how they work together in collegiality, working together. So even though your mandate may be investigatorial, you could summon witnesses like what happens in the NCIC, it can be complemented by further allowing other offices to take up those complaints. And even in the EACC, we've seen moments where political figures are investigated and even recommended for prosecution, and then later on, those prosecutions are either withdrawn or discontinued. Those challenges then also infuse a sense of, lack of hope or mistrust on these institutions, because it is not rocket science to trace public resources, because in the instance of the EACC, which works under the ambit of the Leadership and Integrity Act, it champions good governance within public institutions. In fact, on private institutions that have no mandate with public service, they have no jurisdiction at all. So it is important, as we are emphasizing on the independence of these institutions, to also allow discussions around strengthening their functions and also the possibility of them working together.
You see, Okili, let's take EACC for example, and the examples that you cited. So here's a question where EACC has investigated, has found a particular individual with a case to answer. This is the reason why they forwarded this file to the DPP for prosecution. But then you find that the individual, in one way or the other, the case is revoked, and EACC has maintained that we have a strong case. If you allow us to prosecute this because we have investigated, we have followed the trail, we know where this money is, we're able to have a strong case. At that particular point, then does it not make sense to give them power to prosecute because they understand the case better by virtue that they investigated? And even if that's not the case, then how do we bring the ODPP to work together with EACC in prosecuting this matter to conclusion? Because it feels as though they are fighting. That's what Kenyans say. Hawa watu wanapigana. They are not helping us in any way. How do we solve that problem?
The DPP actually seconds officers to many government institutions, including the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, including many other government offices that have prosecutorial powers. The aspect is in complementing functions. You could imagine if today the EACC had prosecutorial powers and in the run-up to the general elections, somehow, I don't want to mention names, but somehow they lock the cannons on the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. On one way or another, there have been attempts to water down the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions by introducing the regulations on removal of the Director of Public Prosecutions through the regulations published by the Public Service Commission. In one way or another, if you just complain, a formal complaint, then that means that the suggestion in the draft regulations is that if you complain against the Director of Public Prosecutions, then the DPP there are grounds for the DPP to step aside. The office of the DPP is not a small office. It is extremely a powerful office that has the constitutional underpinning to investigate grand cases of corruption and every other case that comes to the purview of the DPP to give a decision whether to charge. Now, if you take these powers and supplement them to other offices to act independently of the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, then you risk taking away the legitimacy of the Kenyan people by transferring it without their consent, sort of. And so the call is usually to allow the office of the DPP to second officers to go and complement the function of prosecutions in these institutions. It works. It works in KRA, it works in EACC, it works in many other government departments, the anti-narcotics agency, it works in anti-terror, it complements there. So it's all over.
But okay, here's a question. So ODPP has seconded its officers to EACC. They've investigated the matter, right? And one would assume that by the time this matter is going back to the office of the DPP, the officer who was seconded has gone through this file and is convinced that it is good for prosecution. What happens that when this same file that has gone through the person who's been seconded by this very office, this file again is thrown out of court? So how do these two offices work together and not seem to be fighting?
You know, the power to prosecute, as I am making the emphasis that it hinges on the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, is that the Constitution envisages a moment where power cannot go unchecked. So even in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, power cannot go unchecked. Power that is delegated from the Kenyan people has to be exercised in the will that the Kenyan people envisaged it will be exercised. And so even that administrative loop where the office of the DPP refuses to take up a case is an administrative process that can be challenged, because you can challenge it in a court of law. You can challenge it by calling on Parliament to, or rather petitioning Parliament to mandate the DPP to take up these cases, or you can alternatively partner with other institutions like the Law Society of Kenya and civil society spaces where they can take up these private prosecutions of grand cases of corruption or grand cases of, ethnic and racial incitement. So it's not lost that there is a possibility the office of the DPP can refuse to take up a matter on a decision to charge. And sometimes probably for good reasons, but those good reasons are not what we are looking for. When we have a case where public resources have been or are under the threat of being looted or have been lost, then it behooves any Kenyan in their right mind to have an interesting focus on seeing how we can address that issue. We have a history of public resources being plundered without accountability. So it's a sensitive issue that the DPP must be alive to, and any attempt not to act upon the forwarding of a file, the forwarding of a complaint, then it necessitates the office of the DPP to give credible explanation why they have not taken up, because instantaneously it will then take a different route where a person says, if you refuse to take up this matter, then we have a duty to take away that mandate from you and put it in ourselves in a process that is referred to as private prosecution.
Okay, but then who's having this conversation? Because one would imagine that be it the DCI, be it the DPP, that the first thing that you look to is justice and not an individual. That you're not serving at the behest of someone, you're serving at the behest of the nation and justice, right? So the conversation that it needs to be had to encourage somebody to then fight for that position, because it seems like it's a no-brainer, Mora, when you think about, okay, that there have been billions of shillings that have been lost, trillions of shillings that have been lost over time. It's a bit puzzling that you would have to imagine that you would need to encourage somebody to do their job to insist that that money be recovered, or at least the person or persons who were involved pay for what they have done. But we seem to be in that constant encouragement frame. Oh, please do your job. It seems ludicrous to have to ask those questions. Why do we have to keep insisting as opposed to saying, okay, well, if you can't do it, move over and let somebody else do it?
We have very strong institutions in statutory nature, that the way our laws are framed and our constitutional strength in this institution is extremely a working formula. Why it doesn't work, for obvious reasons, are the challenges that we want to explain or we want to discuss. That you can be set up for failure. You can actually be set up to fail from the word go. You might have the best intentions for running an institution, but the way the institution is structured, it just gives you a focus on failure. What are we saying? All these institutions have their own specific challenges, from understaffing, from resource reallocation, from the way they are structured. And that is the conversation that we must say, how do they complement each other to work better? If you look at the Constitution, it says that the office of the Inspector General is an independent office. In fact, he has or she has independent command of the National Police Service, which has the Directorate of Criminal Investigations as one of its directorate. It then means that if we were working in a good environment, all these offices will work smoothly to ensure that as you are investigating and receiving complaints, you can forward the complaints to other institutions that can also complement your function to enable you have a wholesome, compounded approach towards a specific complaint in the discharge of your function. We have seen in other jurisdictions, former presidents or former prime ministers are being prosecuted with the eventuality of serving prison terms for misuse of public office or public resources. It may be a pipe dream to us, but it's a lesson to us that it is possible to bring to accountability persons who've held public office or who have been entrusted with public office and public spaces. It is something that we must endear ourselves to believe that we can achieve. For instance, the office of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission came after the 2007 post-election crisis that we had, and we took those lessons from that day. If you compare the kind of speech that was previous to the establishment of the NCIC Act, you will see that we are doing okay. I'm not saying that it is a 100% a green environment. We have sporadic and spontaneous utterances from politicians and members of the public here and there. The challenges that the NCIC perhaps may be facing right now is it seems not to be doing anything about it. It can be complemented not through establishing prosecutorial powers, but through established and current platforms of prosecuting persons who have committed offences under the Act.
But they don't want to, Kabata. They don't want to. Can we do ourselves the favor of being open and honest that if somebody wanted to see justice carried out properly, no matter who it was, that we would see that playing out. We would see it. But there's protectionism that happens within this justice system. That it is clear that, what did we see at the beginning of this year? Who the LSK, interestingly enough, called out on that we saw the dropping of many cases for which it would have been agreed there was hard evidence against them. That's why it goes to court in the first place. Or please correct me if I'm wrong, that by the time you have a charge sheet, one would imagine that the evidence that you have is what then gives you the leeway to charge, isn't it?
Yes.
Or do you just charge because, okay, it looks like Moira today looks a bit guilty, let's charge, and then let's go look for the evidence later? No, you have the evidence. So then why come later and drop a case? Why not say, okay, billions of shillings lost in County X over the last 10 years, and the Office of the Auditor General has called that out. She goes to Parliament and basically begs them and says, please, I've put it in your hands, Parliament, prosecute. In a by-election, the EACC red flags someone and says, guys, there's a question mark here.
Yes.
There's a question mark here.
Yes.
Do something about it. It's not done. The IEBC, and interestingly enough, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, goes ahead. Like, no big deal.
Yes.
So what are we really dealing with here? We're not dealing with confusion or convolution when it comes to what does the law say. This is very clear. And still, with that clarity, we're not making the decisions that need to be made because we don't want to. It's not a matter of what, because you keep telling us, Wakilis tell us all the time that the law is very clear. And this is one of the times when I'll agree, it's very clear. But even with that clarity, we don't do anything with it. Why?
In fact, if the law was clear, then there will be no need of advocates and courts of law.
Interpretation.
The law it is said it is clear, but you have to make it clear.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. There is a general lethargy in how institutions are run in Kenya. And unfortunately, especially towards the run-up to a general election like the one we have and the lessons that our neighboring countries are going to give us, especially Tanzania and Uganda next year, is that for Kenya, then if what is happening in its East African contemporaries remains constant, we will not be able to avoid it. What I mean is that our elections may tend generally to be murky and violent if what we saw in the by-elections that happened last week is anything to go by. The currency right now is violence and intimidation that leads to voter suppression. And curiously, as you say, for the IEBC that champions itself as being independent, not to have raised the red flag on its own and not having to call out those who are permanently scarred by that question of Chapter 10 and leadership and integrity speaks volume about its capacity to handle the national election altogether. And I say this with a lot of sadness in my heart that we have not even ripened into 2 decades of the crisis that we had in 2007 in Kenya. And it will have been interesting and hopeful to note that probably after the lessons we took from 2007, we would have set up institutions that are more credible and more reliable and are stronger to address these issues. Although we left a moment where we allowed suspects of international crimes, and I don't want to go there, to contest for public office. That's another discussion that we can have. But it goes to explain our challenges as a nation, our national conscience, our ethical value, our values for our leadership. In Kenya, it's a no-brainer that those who are bedeviled with a crisis of public trust usually somehow get themselves into those public offices, and you expect a different result. I mean, it's the highest sense of ludicrous to attempt to think that you'll get a different results from doing the same thing over and over again.
You see, Wakili, there is that article in the Constitution that says everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And perhaps that is one that many ride on. Because you'd find that every other time someone has been convicted, right, has appealed a case, but this is someone who was found guilty, still goes back, IEBC clears, and this person runs. The same case is what one would say happened in the recent by-election. This individual has a case, but they have not been charged, they have not served time. Therefore, the Katiba says you are innocent until proven guilty. You remember, there's also a matter, I would not be surprised if an individual who has gone to, has been investigated by EACC, is in court, agrees to a plea bargain, and still see them on the ballot. I don't know if that is also a possibility, because at that point, by the time I'm getting into a plea agreement, I have agreed that I stole public money. I need to return it back to the people. That is how I would understand it. I'm not a lawyer, but that's how I would understand it, that you have agreed, you stole money, you have returned it. Can't we sit down and say that we have to give powers that will block anyone that has a dent, and that Parliament has to see to it that is effected? Because that is the only way anyone with dent would not run for public office.
I thought we were beyond that when we said that we are living in a curious environment. If members of Parliament will agree to take that route, almost 3/4 of them will lose their seats.
Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, for come on. We have a sitting member of parliament
exactly.
who was convicted
exactly. Yes.
and
exactly.
sentenced.
Exactly.
Sitting.
Exactly. And for not any other reason, for reasons of misuse of public resources,
right.
and not a small amount. We are now talking about billions. As you had said.
Yes.
So it seems as though we are rewarding, kleptocracy and avoiding accountability altogether in our national ethos, which is quite unfortunate. And so if Parliament refuses to do this, as a Kenyan people, we must put them to account. We must insist. I saw recently the judiciary refused, I can't remember which particular case offered right now, but I saw a case where the Director of Public Prosecutions made an application to discontinue prosecuting a case on public resources, and the court put its foot down and refused to budge, especially on the question of public interest involved in the funds that were lost. So it is possible for institutions to work to enforce and enrich the conversation around Chapter 10 and leadership and integrity. If the if the IEBC was bold enough, it will then lead to another round circle where those who feel affected by their policy directive on Chapter 10 and leadership and integrity will be rushing to court to say, I'm innocent until proven guilty, as you're saying. But the IEBC will hold its ground and say that the ethical value of public service and leadership in the public sector, especially on electoral processes, requires you to be like Caesar's wife, beyond reproach.
That means, Wakili, that even with how the structure of the Constitution is, that you're innocent until proven guilty, if independent institutions put their feet down and take a position and refer back to the Constitution, there is a way that will have clean individuals in office?
Absolutely. It works. It works in recruitment of public service. You need clearances. You need clearances from various directorates, criminal investigation, KRA, to demonstrate your ethical as well as your capacity for leadership in the country. And so what is good for a goose is good for a gander. Why can't it apply in electoral processes? It only applies in appointing processes. Why not? Because we as a Kenyan people must put our heads together and say, what do we want? Do we want leadership criteria that is based on opulent amassing of public resources, like primitive accumulation of public resources? You only have one mouth and two hands. You cannot drive 10 cars at a go. You cannot. It's the ethical value of how we look at individuals. We praise a ridiculous accumulation of public property without accountability. In 10 years' time, how are you able to move from a singular banking unit to having multiple multi-currency accounts and multiple properties across high-end districts in Kenya? It is ridiculous. It can only happen if you are in the innovation industry, if you are in the manufacturing industry and production, but it cannot happen if you're in politics. Politics does not generate wealth. I hope that is clear. Politics does not generate wealth. It generates conversations. It generates policy change. It generates legislative change. It does not generate wealth. You cannot say, I'm a politician, my business is generating wealth. If you said that, then a banker and an industrialist will equally say their business is generating politics, which is wrong. So it has to be one way. Politicians, we have to stop the mentality where we reward politics of primitive accumulation as a Kenyan people.
Wakili, you've spoken to Kenyans on what they need to do. And if you just pause and listen, it speaks to Kenyans who have consumed, understood, and live by the ethos of the Constitution. Kenyans themselves have to live by the Constitution, elect right people in office, and ensure that this document that we bequeath to ourselves that says, we the people, is understood by each and every single individual. Are we there yet? Have Kenyans consumed this Constitution?
We are living in a multi-constitutional crisis where we have generations that lived in an old constitutional order and one that has lived in a current constitutional order. If you notice, many of these younger Kenyans, they are alert to their rights. They are aware of what they are supposed to do. Their ethical value is not in accumulation of resources, but in trying to see how they can impact development within their own spaces through IT, through innovation, through mentorship and capacity building, through harnessing a cohesive way in which they can bring themselves together to either establish macro and micro financial institutions to help them drive their narratives forward. We who lived in the old constitutional ethos are finding a challenge in how we are coping with the new model of laws that we have. And in fact, if you look at time, 10 years from now, we will have citizens in Kenya who can address themselves in civic spaces who were born between 24 years post the new constitutional order. Their thinking, their mindsets, their ethical value will be different from those who experience the old order. And this is the way societies live. And so Kenya may have the constitutional dream that we intended to have, or which was set by those who fought for the new constitutional order about 20, 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now. It is not hope lost. It is something that we can look up to and see a better Kenya rising in that other future, but we can lay the foundations for our generations in that time, and that will be our contribution to the constitutional strengthening and development of the laws.
What do those foundation laying look like? That there is protest that can be made, whether it's through petitions. We've seen private citizens raising issues. I mean, maybe one of the best examples of that is Okoh Tata, who's senator today. But we've also seen petitions coming from the likes of the LSK. We've seen that there has been push and pull, saying that certain things cannot be the norm because they have become the norm. And that's the thing about norms, that they're so difficult to drop because you've practiced them and it's almost expected that that is what you're going to do. I mean, when we had a new establishment of an IEBC just a few months ago, what did people say? What was the public chatter already with the new IEBC? Well, okay, it's just somebody again who's going to come and pander to the whims of the executive. That was already said. And then unfortunately, you have a by-election and then this happens and people are like, see, we told you. So what foundation laying ought to be done? Does there need to be a public outcry of awareness that people actually know what is happening? Do people have to continually insist for folks in those positions to do better? That the branches of government then have to operate in a way in which the people are aware of what's going on? What are those foundation layings that need to happen? Because we can talk, Maura, we can bring it out in discourse, which is extremely important in this path. But the brick and mortar is fundamental here as well. But what needs to happen? There is a constitution, for crying out loud. There's a constitution. But it's clear that there seems to be a pain point when following the constitution then is called on.
We are having that conversation right now, strengthening institutions,
right,
complementing institutions, allowing them to work independently but interdependent of each other. Taking a moment to also sensitize the public on how we can make institutions accountable. We must not live in despondency and say that it is all doom and gloom. We have our share in how we can help to strengthen these institutions. Possibly we've seen instances where institutions are weaponized to deal with political dissent. A person who was just the other day rallying in support of a political party and a political figure is now being hounded by the Kenya Revenue Authority on tax evasion issues. I can give you examples until Timbuktu. We have the weaponization of courts that are not supposed to deal with issues of protests and demonstrations, which are constitutional rights. They are being now weaponized to fit into terrorism charges. We have a curious case of an advocate who is now being hounded because he has been a key pillar in representing persons who are accused of terrorism charges. He has now been the target of
terror-related offenses under terrorism financing just because he received fees from a client. An advocate has a right to remuneration under the legal environment that we are living in. So curiously, you can see that the country is running amok on trying to patch up voices of dissident and voices of alternative procedures. What I am saying is we can assist institutions, and especially from where I come from, institutions like the Law Society of Kenya, institutions like Katiba, institutions that have done it before. Okoh Mtata has done it, and it is not lost that there is a need to make institutions accountable. We cannot just run away and say that since it is your duty, it does not affect us. We are living in the same ecosystem, and we have a constitutional duty as Kenyans to defend the constitution when it is under threat. It is under threat when institutions do not perform their mandates, or institutions run away from their accountability exercise on feedback to members of the public. The conversations that we are having here today are extremely important in harnessing these partnerships with these institutions. If the IEBC is intentional on serving Kenyans a 2027 election that is not only credible, but is one that can be verified, there are lines that have been set up on how elections should be done from petitions that have been filed by Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, God rest his soul. And those directives by the court are what IEBC should be looking at in order to promise us of an election that is free not only of violence, but free of any suspicion of electoral malpractice, including voter bribery, voter suppression, ballot stuffing, you name it. When we talk about the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, its core mandate is to review discrimination and ethnic and racial hatred. It is, even a child can sense when you are profiling me racially or you are profiling me ethnically.
Yes.
They are terminologies that are used. When IBC ran away and took up, there was a phrase in the run-up to the 2022 elections, Hatupangwingwi, and there was even a song, Hatupangwingwi. I mean, there is more it can bite and chew except narrowing its focus on things that don't matter. There are utterances that are being made, and we have spoken about them on this platform before, that are easy, low-hanging fruits for it to pick for the Kenyan public. And with that, it can in itself bring back a sense of trust and credibility that it can conduct the 2027 elections, and not a sham of what we saw in the by-elections that happened last week. And those are things that we have spoken about as the Law Society of Kenya, and we are not shy from speaking about them.
Wakili, all these institutions that have the independence given to them, right, are institutions that ought to operate as described in the Constitution. When we talk about the National Assembly being independent, they are independent. You talk about the Inspector General independent, ODPP, all these offices. But when someone decides not to operate as per the powers given to them by the supreme law of the land, the Constitution, one would say it is because they have allowed themselves to be used. They have ceded the independence that they have been given by the laws of the country. And at that point, perhaps, it's about time that as a people, as a citizenry, we went forward and said, because there is the independence that you enjoy under the Constitution, and you have decided to let go of that independence, then you are not fit to hold that office. Please leave. Someone else who wants to work should work. Perhaps that's how we should look at it.
In fact, our Constitution is very clear on, and I'm saying the law is not clear, but the Constitution is clear.
It's clear.
In Article 75 on how public offices and officers should be run. The ethical value underpinning holding of public offices, that you have to have integrity, respect for the law. You must act in public interest, in the interest of the public. There was a conversation in the drafters of the new Constitution, and it was rejected on having a parliamentary system that was not linked to the life of the president, so that the president would serve for a term that is not the term of parliament. This will be curious because even though we have independent offices and parliament is deemed to be independent, it has a lot of political characteristics that denote a sense of sycophancy with the executive. And if the presidency can be attached to a larger voting bloc in parliament, then the truth is parliament is not necessarily independent of the executive. If you can have a moment where parliament, the life of parliament and the life of the presidency are not synced, meaning that the electoral cycle happens for the president at a different time when parliament has its own elections, then it means a bit of sanity in terms of independent thinking or of policy and legislative change in parliament will happen. But if the life of parliament is synced to the life of the presidency and you want to say that parliament is independent, for you and me, we were here when the Finance Bill 2024 was unanimously passed, and only ODM and affiliated parties did not support the 2024 bill. And then when ODM joined the government in it's called a broad-based government platform, they shifted in a night. Your principal thinking, they shifted and supported the government in the finance bill proposals. So I'm trying to show you how we can work to strengthen even institutions such as parliament by legislative change in how the life of the presidency and the life of parliament work, to see that you actually have a parliament that speaks on behalf of the people, for the people, and work for the people of Kenya.
Okay, so when we look at citizen-centered governance, which is one thing that a democratic space calls for by definition, and it seems that at every turn that the voice of the people, which should be the voice, is silenced for fear. You've just mentioned a case where a lawyer is being held because he has represented folks who have been charged with terrorism. People have been killed, kidnapped, abducted because they spoke up. And these are the tenets upon which constitutionally the country is formed. So when we see, which brings us to the premise of our conversation, where we look at bodies like the NCIC, which should speak out about politicians get away with saying some ludicrous things that would lead to other action. You know, the EACC there are people serving in this government who are doing so, who have gone to campaign against the recommendations of the EACC in 2022, in 2021, but all they can do is recommend. The Auditor General, again, talks about money missing in the billions, but all she can do is say, here's my report. It seems to all circle back again to this branch of government that is not able or willing to then do something about it. So if the people's voice is put out, and we can do this, we can have the discourse, at some point there needs to be a coalescing around an idea against something that then breaks the camel's back and says, this is the direction in which we are moving. Are we getting closer to that? Earlier this morning, someone said, you need to pack parliament with folks who are educated and willing to do the job. So are we all bringing it back to the vote? And if so, if the referee of the vote already is proceeding over shambolic elections, how do we get through?
The silencing of the public voice is not possible in the environment that we're living in. This is something that we witnessed evidently in 2024. If Parliament refuses to act on its mandate to protect the Kenyan people will go to Parliament to demand it themselves. They did it, and I can assure you, post-2024, June, July, Parliament is not the same as it was. And so the Kenyan people have demonstrated that power which is denoted can be taken back. For institutions that have refused, and I think it's not unwillingness or inability, it is refusal to take up the legal mandate to investigate, prosecute these cases. Then other institutions can come together to ensure that we bring them to account on that. Specifically on the issue of the Auditor General and the report about the funds in billions. If the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions does not take it up. Many other institutions like the Law Society of Kenya have called upon the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to either quit office or, shape up or ship out. Because we are not asking for a service, we are demanding. It is not a request. You have to do it. And you see, the pertinence about holding public office is based on a singular aspect of trust. If the members of public lose that trust with you, you have no business in running an account on their behalf. And it's a question as to what we want to do to see where our country will go. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has not for the last 2 years or so demanded or called anyone to account for utterances of statements that fly off the face of reason in terms of discrimination and ethnic and racial profiling. We've had politicians and members of the public speak things that we cannot utter in a room where we have cohesion. So if they are unable to do a simple task as to call witnesses or summon persons, how do you expect them to carry on a mandate of prosecutorial function like the DPP? It is not lost that function can still be complemented from the office of the DPP by seconding officers to those National Cohesion and Integration Commission, not only to receive complaints and track complaints, but also to make a decision as to whether they are ripe for charging on a material evidentiary test or on a public interest test. So that, because if you prosecute one person, for instance, successfully, I promise you it's a good lesson for everyone else, especially on terms of the mandate of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. But it is not a function that is lacking in prosecution. It is not a prosecutorial failure, because that can be performed by even a member of the public can report to the DPP and write a correspondence with the DPP, and the DPP in that perfect environment ought to write to the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to request for complementarity for purposes of opening up investigations to prosecute those kind of actions that are under the ambit of the National Cohesion and Integration Act.
Wakili, despite where we find ourselves today as Kenya, my prosecutions and everything else, the constitutionalism, hope is not lost. That we as the people of Kenya today can still do right by ourselves by putting in office the right people, that we can equally demand that action is given where it's needed, and that all we need to do is just to be pragmatic, understand the constitution, the powers given to us, and insist that institutions given the powers to do their job, do it.
Do their job.
This country will only be saved by younger people. They know their future is longer. They know what is at stake. They know that good governance is not asked for, it is demanded. They know that money is temporary, that issuance of bribes to take a particular shape in thinking is temporary. They are driven by innovation. They are driven by systemic change. They live for change. They are non-conformist in tradition. And I am not saying that it's doom and gloom for an older generation. No. They can also learn from this younger citizenry. They have a role to play, a duty to play, not only in terms of mentorship of younger members of the Kenyan community, but also to learn from lessons that are being given to them for free by the younger Kenyan community. The younger Kenyan community is not ethnic. It is not driven by political bigotry. It is not driven by a sense of religious indoctrination. They are driven by a sense of unity. They are driven by a sense of purpose. They adopt models that make sense. They don't eat 5 meals a day. They don't live in big houses. They don't drive. Let me give you an example. I have an interesting case in the place I work where two ladies drive these small scooters. And so one time in a lift, I asked this lady, I know the reason you have a scooter, but could you tell me your experience? And she told me, not only is it fuel efficient, but I sold my car because I couldn't find parking. And I said, that was the reason. And she said, yes. And I quickly noted my personal problems, that I actually have a car which sometimes I don't know where to park. And I have to buy a ticket in town to park in,
wherever and
wherever. But for her, she can sneak it in anywhere. And so the efficiency of how the young people want to live is something that gives me the promise of a better Kenya, because they do not want grand accumulation of property. They want a Kenya that they can live in, a Kenya that is decent, a Kenya that is futuristic, to promise them that their future will not be doom and gloom, but something that is a working formula for their generation. And I think it will work out really well.
It will, with that. I mean, that's clear. We started off, I was already feeling the doom and gloom.
No.
But then with that, we can see that there is something. You can keep putting one foot in front of the other, and you can imagine the 55 million feet are moving together. Maura Kabata is the vice president of the LSK, has been here with us this morning talking about some of these things. Lesson to be learned, discourse to continue. Asante sana for being here this morning.
Asante.
It's around about 2 minutes past 9. Conversations continue after this. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaka. The Court of Appeal will rule on March 27th next year on whether abortion qualifies as a fundamental human right. A 3-judge bench, Gatembu Kairu, Grace Ngenye and Kibaya Laibuta had 2 consolidated appeals on October 6th. The cases were filed by activist Okoh, the National Christian Experts Forum, the Government Office for the Prevention of Cruelty, and the Attorney General. They're challenging a 2022 High Court ruling that recognized abortion as a fundamental, though not absolute, right. The High Court found that the Constitution permits the procedure only in specific circumstances and directed Parliament to create laws and policies to guide its applications. The plaintiffs argue the court went beyond its mandate and cite a 2019 ruling that declared abortion illegal except under constitutionally allowed conditions and when performed by a qualified health professional. And moving on, opposition leaders in Nyamweya are accusing the government of bribing voters ahead of the ward representative by-election. Cleve Ogora says attempts to sway voters in various parts of the country are unacceptable, but praised Nyamweya residents for refusing to be influenced, especially after electing opposition candidates.
Juzi tulikuwa na by-elections ambazo zimetufundisha mambo mengi sana. Wale watu wa kiburi, majivuno na nini, hiyo mambo yote, ulete sukari, ulete unga, ulete blanketi, mwananchi ataamua yule anachagua kwa debe. Mulionyesha kwamba you want leaders.
His remarks come as senior opposition leaders threatened to challenge the Mbere and Malava parliamentary results in court, claiming the elections were not free and fair. President William Ruto and ODM leader Oburu Oginga are hosting newly elected MPs for a joint breakfast meeting ahead of their swearing-in this afternoon. The 7 MPs-elect were invited to gather fast at Orange House before proceeding to State House for the meeting, which includes leaders from both the majority and minority sides. Those attending include Baringo Senator Kiprono Chemitei and MPs Malim Hassan, David Ndakwe, Elio Muthende, Moses Somundi, Boyd Were, and Harrison Kombe. They were officially gazetted by IBC on Monday. And men who assault their wives during domestic disputes are being urged to stop immediately, with authorities condemning the act as cruel and a serious violation of human rights. Trans Nzoia County Health CEC Christopher Lorot said family conflicts should be resolved through dialogue, counseling and other peaceful mechanisms, but not violence.
Maneno ya kupiga wamama iliwachwa kitambo. It does not define us as men. Na wamama pia wale wanapiga wazee, hiyo ni tabia ilipitwa na wakati. Kunao. Sijuzi kwa siasa mlikuwa mnasikia kuna mtu atapigwa na mama jioni. Iko. Ilisemekana. Si mimi nilisema. Na Hiyo ni tabia ambayo si ya karne hii ya 21. Ni tabia imepitwa na wakati.
Lorot also warned men against sexually abusing children, stressing that anyone caught will face severe legal consequences.
Na wazee mlioko hapa, kama unaona unapenda mtoto wa shule, it is very simple. Enda nunulia bibi uniform, akae kama mtoto wa shule, ufanye ile maneno unataka. Because we don't want to see you with our girls. I ask security agencies, please come out and help us. Wacha tu wazee wachache watatu wawili wafungwe ndio watoto wetu wapone, because defilement is a very serious matter. Ni nini natupeleka kwa watoto? What takes us to our girls? Why do we want to kill our future? We cannot sit and watch our future go to the drain because of us men who've decided that we will not allow the future thrive.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Well, if nobody told you, it's the 2nd of December and we're already fast approaching the end of the year. So, do with that information as you wish. It's 10 minutes after 9 o'clock and we're getting into a final conversation for this morning. And just before we do, You said we bonyeza and we will get.
Yes.
Okay.
You bonyeza *544#, or you go to your My Airtel app.
To my Airtel. All right.
To your My Airtel app, and buy these bundles. But what bundles are we talking about? You're talking about 19 shillings. Yeah, you spend for 1 hour unlimited bundles, right? You spend 45 shillings for 3 hours of unlimited bundles. You know, Airtel has decided to give you what they call the unlimited happy hour unlimited fun bundles, which will enable you to connect, which will enable you to stream, which will enable you not miss out. When you talk about missing out, what are you watching right now?
Oh, a couple of things. The Beast in Me. Yeah, it continues. Also, I'm watching a couple of documentaries.
Yes.
World War II. Okay.
Now imagine that documentary you're watching. So there's a new season that has just chomoka today, right? You're watching it, and then all of a sudden, internet has gone.
What?
So you have to depend on Aseto to come give you the story the following morning.
Right.
Because the only other time you can go watch it is when you have bought yourself a data bundle that will sort you out and will not hang.
Right.
So Airtel is here to tell you that you don't have to miss out. Fear of missing out is something that they are committed to eradicating from your life. You know, they always say eradicate HIV by 2050. Airtel is telling you we are eradicating fear of missing out today, not tomorrow, today. So the only way for you to do that is go to *544# or go to your My Airtel app, or if you're not on Airtel, buy that SIM card from the nearest supplier who will sort you out. Remember, we're also giving 3,000 shillings airtime, right? But only if you tell us what your former moment is. And Christine will get in touch with you.
Fantastic. All right, that's the way we go, round and round the rugged bush. Fantastic. This morning, we're having a conversation around education but for health. Health but for education. Okay, something like that. And we'll get into it because it seems to be a pain point still, and we've not gotten over that hurdle just yet. Two gentlemen join us in the room, as I told you earlier on. Salim Suleiman is the secretary of Murang'a Teachers Welfare Association. Joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Mwalimu Peter Amunga is an education advocate and a researcher with Kewota. He's also here this morning. Good morning.
Pleasure to be here again.
Good to have you here.
Yeah.
We said when you came, we can see.
Yeah, I'm bubbling.
It wants to come. Okay, so it will come up just now. We'll have a conversation about it because people have been speaking for you. Now let's have you speak.
Yeah.
But before we do that, Dennis will share today's proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
So the proverb today is not from any specific country. It's from all the countries in the continent that have a beach, that have a coast. You know, Ndu is from the coastal area in Nigeria and loves it. But we have palm trees and we have coconuts.
Yes.
And with these, we have these trees. Yeah. How do you climb it? But these people are saying there is no shortcut to get to the top of these coconut trees and palm trees. What do you think they meant? Mwalimu?
Yes, there's no shortcut to get up to the mnazi. In Swahili they call it mnazi. It's true. You can't use a ladder because if you use a ladder, it will not work. If you want something nice, like a coconut, like the fruit, the mnazi fruit itself, you have sharti winami, you have to do the right way. You have to go up the tree. You have to follow the system. You have to follow the law. You have to. So for me, it just means you want it, then go for it the right way.
The right way. Salim, how would you interpret it?
Yeah, so thank you very much. This morning I'm very glad to be here, and maybe before I interpret that proverb, I would wish to bring greetings from all the teachers who are watching us in this nation, and most specifically teachers from Murang'a County. You see, when you're climbing up the Munazi, preparation is needed. And like my fellow senior said here, that there is a procedure of climbing up the Munazi. And like he said, you cannot use a ladder. There is a very special item they use. They tie on both legs, and when they climb up, usually when you see those men do it, they usually do it while they do not have anything, any shirt, you know. So it is a procedure that must be followed to the letter. So, and when I usually relate that to the education system, is that whatever we're seeing, whatever we're viewing, whatever we're hearing, is that procedures are never followed, things are happening, and most specifically, public participation is done after the implementation of policies. Thank you.
When you're climbing, the reason why they don't have anything is so that they don't slide. So you also have to keep hugging.
Yeah, hugging the tree.
So if you have a Gucci shirt, by the time you're getting on top,
it's the ghoul
has
is gone. We could go.
Yeah.
But okay. Of course, great interpretations from you.
Yeah.
So we, of course, has been a pain point over what was going to happen with teachers' medical insurance. That when we look at the tiers of SHA, it was a pseudo tier. This one for police and teachers, kind of okay. There's that tier that was going to take care of teachers' medical insurance. For the longest time, teachers' medical insurance has been under Aeon Minutes, right? And we're talking about money in the billions of shillings. This comes from teachers' deductions, and you pay a certain amount of money for medical insurance. That meant that teachers were not under SHA. For all intents and purposes, right? So teachers were not under SHA when they went to hospital. It was not SHA taking care of their bills. There has been certain communication over time and said, okay, you know what? Was it becoming too expensive? Were there some political conversations about who should handle medical insurance? So they said, you know what? Come to State House. So we went to State House that day. And from your own admissions, that was one of the major issues that was discussed at State House, what we're going to do for teachers' medical cover. No sooner than everybody had gone back to where they were, it was announced that it's not going to happen anymore and that teachers are going to move to SHA after successful deliberations. But then we've seen a couple of conversations thereafter, and teachers went to Mombasa. You had a conversation. People said, no. You didn't follow the due diligence. You didn't talk to us. You went and it was unlawful because there was not... So let's start with you, Marimo. You don't want SHA?
I don't want breaking illegalities. I think that's what I don't want. And most Kenyans who love this country, who are great citizens of this nation, we love things to follow the law, do the things according to the statutes of the land. This country is not a banana republic. It's a country ruled by a very, very progressive constitution. And the reason why some of us are enjoying this space and I have the ability to be in such a lovely studio is because of people fought. People went to jail. People lost their lives fighting for this kind of space. And so even everything that we want to do as a nation, we are telling this country in very good and very wonderful words, follow the law, get everything right first. And that's why I support the proverb we have had this morning. If you want to climb a coconut tree, you have to do it the right way, follow the procedure. And what is ailing our education system right now has just been that all along we don't seem to all follow the procedure of the right way of doing things. We are like what Kwame Nkrumah said at the inception of the Republic of Ghana. He said, the African man is like a man who is late to catch a train. So the train has already left the station, and the African man with his bags and everything is running after the train to catch up and be on the train. That is our biggest problem. The train has always left. It's like we are always in some kind of an accident, a crash program. We are in a crisis management system. We never just seem to get it right from the beginning. And nature abhors that. Nature abhors. Even you look at the way things work in the ecosystem. Even how the sun the moon goes around the earth goes around the sun. It's so systematic. God was a person of systems. That's our problem. So, our issue of going to SHA may be a good thing. Maybe SHA will turn out to be good than the other program. But we just didn't get it right in the beginning. We started by calling us for a meeting where I ended up with some 10,000 in my pocket. And my colleagues also got the same. And in such a very powerful meeting, we ended up singing political slogans. We ended up singing things like 2 terms, and our union officials led us in such a big deliberation to make political statements That simply meant we already derailed ourselves. The moment you start doing things politically, you are already losing it.
Okay.
Then, so we got into this system where we are now, but there was no public participation. The rush. Last 2 days ago, I have complained even in a show like this. Teacher Service Commission wrote to the former provider, that is Minet, and told them, provide us with all the data. Now, you know, data is a very sensitive thing.
Yes.
Data protection is part of the laws in this country. You can't just transfer my information, Mr. Mungai is suffering from this and all that, suddenly just like that to somebody else without having gone through the due process. That alone is breaking the law. For another thing, we discovered as teachers, SHA is not an insurance company. It's not an insurance provider. SHA is a fund. There's a very big difference between an insurance and a fund. A fund can run out of funds. Now, what happens when this fund runs dry?
Okay, I have to stop there. Because these questions that you're asking now seem to be questions that you should have asked when you were at State House Avenue that day when you received the 10,000 shillings. We'll come back to that in a minute. We'll come back to that. Also, Suleiman, were you at State House?
I was not at State House.
But you heard what happened?
But I saw.
Okay.
I was glued.
So help us to understand how on Saturday, this thing was very nice. And people said 2 term, 1 term, whatever it is that they said, and it was okay. But then Monday morning is when people said, it's like a hangover. You wake up and you're like, okay, where was I in the last couple of days? And you realize, hold on a minute, this is essentially what they're saying we should do. The things that Mwalimu Mungai is saying this morning make sense because those are questions that you should have asked on that day. It's a fund, it's not an insurance. Who's going to take care of these things? Who's going to hand over the data? Things that would happen anyway. So is it disingenuous to ask these questions after the fact?
So thank you for the question. And on a lighter note, maybe Bonamunga after the show, I think the 10,000 still remains. So I think we'll take some heavy breakfast. I'll answer this as a classroom teacher who is a contributor and also someone who's going to benefit per se from this fund. You see, it's like when you buy someone a suit and then after 2-3 days, this person says, you know what, I really don't need this suit. I think the best thing to do is to ask, why don't you need that suit? I mean, is it the color? Is it the texture? What could be the problem? And I think that is the biggest issue we are having surrounding this issue because we have a representation problem. And whatever Mungai is saying is that, truth be told, as classroom teachers, we observe, we learn, we see what is happening in this sphere. We have leaders in our union who are also in bed with government. And I'll say this bluntly without any fear of contradiction. Bonamunga, now that he went to State House, I'm sure that he's very much more than aware that our chairman in our Kupet union is called Mbuko Milemba.
My friend.
He's a friend. Now, you can imagine this is our chairperson in Kupet. This is the person who should be representing our issues, taking our negotiations at the table of government. Now, this friend of my brother Munga here is again the deputy secretary in the UDA political party. So one leg is in government and another leg purports to represent the issues of teachers. So how do you expect this person to go to the negotiation table and negotiate for us against his boss? So that is one thing probably I would wish our seniors here like Munga should be calling out these leaders because it stems from representation. Number 2, I feel as classroom teachers, we've been taken for a ride for a very long time. Why? We are never involved when it comes to critical decision making. Back in 2015-2016, our medical allowance was scrapped off from our payslips. It was around 3,000 thereabout. And then after some time, we were told now, I don't know how they understood that teachers cannot handle the 3,000 for their medical allowance. So we were taken to AON, it went all the way to Minute, and now we wake up one day, we are told by 1st December, all teachers, which was now yesterday, all teachers will be moved to SHA. It was my prayer that, whatever now you're asking here, we should have been asked as teachers, what is ailing Minet? Because last year we were on the streets. And of course, I must agree here, because when you hear their analogies they're trying to push is that teachers were against Minet. But what they're not trying to tell the Kenyan citizens is what was the problem with Minet as teachers. Because...
Was there a problem?
There was a problem.
What was the problem?
One of the problem was, one, we needed specialized attention. We needed specialized doctors. Remember, after we were pushed to Minet, the insurance companies established outlets, that is Bliss hospitals in each and every county. And when you move to those hospitals, you realize that there were services which were very limited. And what we were asking and what we were pleading was that is it possible to have specialized doctors to give specialized attention? And we were not asking much. We were saying that largely the group of teachers are parents. So we were saying, can't we have a pediatrician in some of these Bliss hospitals so that our children can get a specialized attention from pediatricians? And number two, can we get gynecologists? Because we saw that most of our ladies are suffering from that. So we were asking, is it possible to have these specialized doctors in these facilities? Number two, we were having an issue with delaying in referrals. Yes. And it was not so much per se. So we were saying, can it be possible to ensure that we have a smooth way of ensuring that if I want to get a referral to a facility, it becomes easy, and the issue of medications also. Yeah. But when we were asking these questions, because these offices have got representations and they've got people and personnel, and the answer they were giving us was very simple. It was one, and maybe before I say this answer, one of also the greatest problems we had with Minet was this: they credited our facilities which were supposed to be providing services to teachers. You could wake up one day, walk to a facility, and then you could get a notice saying that Minet for teachers. And they were specific. And remember, we have got very many people under Minet. They'll say Minet for teachers is not working. Has been suspended. But Minet for the police forces is working.
Did you ask why?
Exactly. And we used to ask why. And the answer was very simple. That money was not being remitted to
the
these
money
facilities.
that has been deducted from
the money which has been deducted from our pay slips is not being remitted to these facilities. And that's why they could not, provide for us the services.
I beg. I want to ask. Ask. These things that you've said, the things that were discussed, I'm going to go back to State House. Yes. Because the people who are making these proclamations were there. Yes. They were there.
Yes.
All right. Mind you, the State House meeting was the 13th of September. That's true. Today is the 2nd of December. 2 months. Yeah. Sure. 60 days. There is that 60 days.
60 days.
All right? Yeah. That is when it was. Yeah. Of the things that were mentioned, it was number 11.
Yes, in the 11 of the...
Of the, I don't know how many. There are about 15.
There were 15.
There were 15. It was number 11. Yeah. That the government will review the current teachers' medical cover to ensure it is aligned with the present health needs of teachers and their families. All these things that you said, Suleiman, that can we have, specialized doctors, specialists in particular places, all of that would have been done. When this thing was mentioned, and maybe we'll pardon you a little bit because you were not there, but then you had...
I followed.
You followed the proceedings thereafter. Mwalimu was there with a flurry of other people. All the unions, all the teachers' unions were represented there.
They were.
And associations.
So was it just a proclamation that was made that we're going to make it better, and then everybody clapped and said, yay, 1, 2 term? Or was it interrogated and said, okay, when you say you're going to make it better, will you do these things that Suleiman is talking about? Will you do these things whereby we walk up to hospital one day and then we don't see a sign saying Minet for teachers doesn't exist? Or was it just a statement that said we'll make it better, then everybody was very happy and wanted to go home? And did you start to interrogate these things then come 15th September, which was Monday? Because it feels very difficult to understand that something was said on the 13th of September. Everybody accepted it, got their fare to go back to where they came from. All 10,000 of you. And then went back. Monday, the 15th came. Didn't hear nothing.
Sure.
22nd, this is a week later. 22nd of September came.
Nothing.
29th of September came. We went to October. Nothing. But then suddenly, around 22nd of November, when the thing is coming, December 1st is coming, then people started shouting, oh, no, didn't follow the rule. You even went to Mombasa to discuss this thing.
Yes.
Rule of law was not followed.
Yes.
Where were you?
Yes, a wonderful question. Actually, at State House, the issue of the medical cover didn't come from the unions. That's something I've always reminded us. Yes. Actually, I came to discover personally why we were called to State House was not to talk all these other things. We're talking about 11, 10-point agenda or 15-point agenda. The main agenda was the medical cover. But it was, interestingly, it didn't come from us. The head of state himself stood up and said, I know you people have been suffering with your insurance cover. I am aware that you are not comfortable. They said, yes, we knew it's true. The issues that Suleiman has said are the issues we had. We knew we have had some issues with the insurance cover. And then he also enumerated them. Actually, he said it himself. There are delays, there are what? All these things, some of them he mentioned them himself, the president, the head of state.
Yes.
Now, once he had mentioned them, he said, and I have a solution for you. I want us to review it. I want us to think about it and review it. And now we stood up with our chairs. We said, hallelujah. Because it's true, we wanted some reviews, as he says. Now, unknown to us, you know that sometimes people like us don't see the bigger picture. Many Kenyans, somebody was in a country somewhere and said, sometimes Kenyans are slow thinkers. It's true. It includes some of them like me. We sat there and we just thought, okay, we have received the Messiah. We are going to see heaven or whatever. So we didn't imagine, we knew it's just a review and it's going to be a good one. So as days went by, we discovered the review is about making sure all of us are in SHA. Now, the tendering process normally has to be there. It was not done. Procurement, it is in our laws. In our CBA, like the current, the Minet cover, is entrenched in our CBA. I was working as a personal assistant to Wilson Sosion at NAT. I am among the people who burned the midnight oil in ensuring that this thing was entrenched in this CBA. The current one, SHA, is not in our CBA. You know what? A CBA comes by negotiation. So the president said, I will even want people to sit down with the employer and sort it out. Well, it's true, the union sat with the employer sometime 2 or 3 weeks ago at a place called Kenya Institute of Government. And the union said, yeah, we have been told what is going to happen and we are comfortable. We are happy. Then we asked when we went to Mombasa, but public participation, we were told your unions are the people who are publicly participating for you. If we have your unions with us, then it means we have talked to you. If the unions have not talked to you, we have talked to the unions. So that's what we were answered at Teacher Service Commission. But the teachers who were in Mombasa, they were basically primary school head teachers. They went to stations like this one and said, we are not aware. We don't know what's happening. We don't know the hospitals that we shall go to. Yes, Mr. Suleiman.
Yes.
It is true there were complaints. The thing is, SHA has come in and it seems to carry even more problems than what we were having in Minet.
So, Mwalimu, you see, we're here talking about public participation, and there's what TSC told you, right? That once they speak to your unions, they have spoken to. Because then, at that point, your employer looks at the union as a collective of its members, right? So rightfully so, from the aspect of the employer, they have spoken to you. But question is, did the unions speak to its members on the intentions of moving from Minet to SHA? And now that did not happen, did the unions fail teachers? And if so, what's the recourse?
So thank you so much for that question, and I'll just bluntly answer that we were never consulted as teachers. We were there was nothing like public participation to be asked, like as the consumers of this current medical insurance cover. What are the issues? What are the problems? How well would you wish us to solve these issues? None of those happened, and I must say that it stems from representation, it stems from leadership. Allow me say this before maybe we look at now what should be the way forward now that our unions seemed to have failed us. This communication was done to us. I think it is dated 25th of November from the Teacher Service Commission, and they have now given us the benefit, the scheme structure. And one of the questions we used to ask Minette, we have seen now they have carried some of the issues here. And you see, there is a tendency in this country that they wish to excite citizens by saying that we have allocated more money. You see, the previous, I think it was 15 billion, and now we are talking about 21 billion. So by allocating more money, it should mean that now we are going to cater for you, you are going to benefit. But we know, like my senior said here, anything that ends with the word fund, Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund. Now our allowance has been taken to public officers medical scheme fund. You know, anything in this country which ends with the fund, you are sure that meme of will work quite well on that. Allow me mention this, that under Minette we had a package called Group Life. Group Life, yeah. That when you pass on as a parent who is a family, apart from the last expense money which you're given to cater for the burial, your family is given the group life cover amounting to 450,000 to cater for the family and to ensure that the family is okay. Now under Minette that has been scrapped off. Under Shah that has been scrapped off, and we're wondering what is going to happen to that. One of the questions we used to ask ourselves under Minette was this: when it came to maternity cover, we could not understand the logic behind allocating a principal, with all due respect to our ladies and our mothers. A principal who's at D5 is being allocated a maternity cover of 300,000. And a teacher who's at, when you are fresh from university and when you join the force, when you are an undergraduate, you join at C2. They have been allocated a maternity cover of 120,000. So you ask yourself, between these 21, 22, 23, 24-year-old teacher and a 55-year-old teacher, who should get more money for maternity cover?
Well, one must ask if a 55-year-old female teacher is still having a child.
Exactly. And that tells you that that is why you see there was a very big rush to ensure that our money is taken. And you can be certain and you can be sure that this principal is not going to use this 300,000 per year.
But you saw this after it had already been put down on paper?
It has just been released 25th of November. So you see, actually what we are saying and what he's just saying is very true. We have not been given the time. Even the unions, I was in this studio with Omboko Milemba. I have been talking to people like Collins or you. By 2 days before we were shifted or migrated to SHA, they didn't have these documents. And I got to discover why. The reason why the signing has taken long and why these documents were not released on time, it was the fear that somebody will go to court. The fear was when you break the law, and that's what we started by saying, the moment these things would have been released, somebody would have gone to court immediately and put an injunction. I can tell you, with our courts, this thing would not have seen the light of day. Up to yesterday, the first document to show that teachers have actually migrated came out yesterday, when they already had migrated. And when I asked Teacher Service Commission, why have you been delaying with this document? Somebody whispered to me, people like you will go to court. You'll use it against us. So by now, if I went to court, I'll be told it has been overtaken by events. We're already in SHA, and we cannot remove our teachers from hospitals just because we've gone to court. Well, let me put it this way. The issue that is facing us is grave. It's a very grave matter. The list of hospitals that people will have to enjoy, like him, is from Muranga. Sure. When you go through the list of hospitals that Muranga has been awarded, you may discover among them is Thika level 5. You may discover maybe you have to go to Njeri General Hospital. You may discover that for small illnesses, you start with dispensaries at level 2. I live around Imara Daima. The teachers who teach at Mbakazi Girls have told me they'll go to Mukuru Kwanjenga, a hospital in Kurukwanje. I'm not despising it. It's okay. It's a hospital. They have to start from there. You can't get that referral they talk about there, like talk about Kenyatta or Aga Khan or Mbagadi, before you start at Mukuru level 2. Hospital. Teachers will have to line up there. Now, those are the things that teachers are hurting. A teacher wrote to me on my page and said, I come from Kakamega, some place called Butere, Wisero. For me to, the hospital that I'm supposed to access through SHA is Kakamega General Hospital.
You can't just go to anyone.
You can't just go to any hospital now, anywhere there. So for you to be given medication of, say, malaria, your child is suffering malaria, that child will have to pay for a vehicle or a boda 200, 300 shillings to Kakamega General Hospital. Now, we know what happens at the General Hospital, unless you are not a Kenyan. If once you reach there, you may be given some Panadols and a few things, and you may also be written a small note to go and buy, if it's a drug that is a bit weighty, from the nearest chemist. So who will speak on behalf of these teachers? This teacher will have to spend 300 to go to Kakamega General, spend another 300 to come back to his house, and he has to maybe buy some other drugs. So in other words, they are just saying, we have been thrown under the bus.
Mwalimu, I ask this to both of you. All right. These issues that we're now discussing in here, unions went to State House, had a discussion with the president. 10,000 was given. China mandate was good, right? Here is now a situation where, first of all, we're finding that even the documentation that teachers ought to have gone through to know exactly what they're getting themselves into never got out on time. That on the day when migration, as per the agreement, is happening, is when now documents are getting in. And it is because we are trying to delay the situation to the last minute so that teachers do not go to court for redress. But while at that, we have the unions. The unions who went and sat down with the president. They're the people who were invited to sit down with the president. And at that point, have you raised these issues with the unions? And what is their response? Because they are the ones pretty much who've walked you straight into the fire.
Sure. So thank you. Maybe I'll answer before my senior comes in. Allow me to talk about the issue of the list. To shock you, the list of hospitals was released yesterday.
It's yesterday.
And in fact,
that's true.
Yeah, it was
after we had migrated.
It was released yesterday.
Yes.
And that is when we received. I think it was posted on our walls at around 8 p.m.
8 in the evening, but we had seen it around 11.
Around 11.
It is also 8 p.m.
8 p.m. So the list was released yesterday. And Marquette was not maybe categorized per county. It was just kutoka juu up to number 8,000 and plus facilities, close to 9,000 facilities. And one of the questions which was lingering in our minds as teachers was that, yes, of course, we are moving from the number of facilities which was around 900. And now they are purporting now they have improved because we are now going to have 9,000 facilities. But then you ask yourself one question. If they were not able to remit funds to these 900 facilities.
900.
So how are they going? Which miracle is going to happen?
Which miracle is this?
That now they are going to remit funds to these close to 9,000 facilities which they are purporting to have. One of the questions I think teachers are asking themselves this morning, because we are at limbo.
It's literally this morning, isn't it?
This morning. Yeah. So one of the questions we're asking ourselves is this. Yes, you've provided a list of these facilities. And I'm sure currently as we're speaking, every teacher, apart from those who are now in the examination centers marking, right now, every teacher has got that list, looking at the facilities around their place of stay. So the issue is this. You know, when we were under Minute, and I must say that in Kiswahili tunasema mgala moyo hakimpe, that if I wanted to access, for example, prime care, that is now categorized as facility level 6B. Level 6B. All I needed to do was to go to a Bliss hospital, right?
All over,
and then I go there, seek for a referral, and then within 1 hour or so, I am at prime care being attended.
Yes,
but whatever Mungai is saying here is what is troubling most of us as teachers, because we are now wondering the way the structure of SHA is that when you get ill, you need to begin with the level 2 or level 3 hospital. And truth be said, I'm not going to sugarcoat. Let me just say that the conditions in level 2 and level 3 hospitals in our counties, they are so much deplorable. And telling teachers to go and begin
there.
Their
line up
medications there to line there, it is very much not in order.
I want to clarify what you said earlier, that under the private insurance, because Minute is private.
Yeah, sure.
Under private insurance,
yes,
you had a problem, you want to go to hospital, you would send in communication, and within an hour you're told you can come here for diagnosis and treatment.
Exactly.
All right, so that's the difference. All right, please carry on.
Yeah, so what I was saying was that some of these facilities which have now been listed as level 5 and level 6, one of the questions we are asking ourselves is this. They have beautified this medical cover as comprehensive.
Yeah.
You see our union representatives speak, you hear the PS Mungai speak, the minister, the CSL speak, that we have given teachers a comprehensive medical cover. And I don't know why most of these people, when they give examples, they say that we have increased your last expense money from 200 to 300,000. The last expense, you want to kufe or anything like that. So the biggest issue is this. These facilities, level 5 and level 6 hospitals, are they going to treat teachers in the outpatient? That a teacher can walk to this facility and get treated and walk out. And this morning, a teacher has confirmed for me via text that that is not possible.
It's not possible.
And so those are some of the questions. So those are some of the queries we're asking ourselves this morning, that yes, you have increased the number of facilities. And I can tell you, if you do an analysis, 95% of those facilities, they are level 2, level 3, and level 4 facilities.
Semetro asked a question which I think I need to say something about. He said, so did your unions, have they addressed this? What you seem to ask that kind of question.
Yeah.
Now, the issue is, our unions, and what are we going to do about it to our unions for failing us on this? We have our way. And I've told them, and this studio and many other studios that have appeared, we are sending them home. We have elections this coming January. The thing that will bury unions and union leaders, and I told my friend Okoh, I've told Akello Misori, I've told all of them, and Salim is here.
Yes,
Salim is a classroom teacher.
Yes.
He's a voter in Kupet.
Yes.
He has a voter's card, he'll vote.
Yeah.
I want to tell you, there's no way you'll go to Muranga and win Kupet elections with people like Salim there. Because once they realize that you have duped them, that you signed a wrong document, many of their careers in trade unionism is done and dusted.
Because what we're talking about here is the numbers, isn't it? So let's look at this in a little bit. How many teachers are there in Kenya? We know that 10,000 went to State House. How many teachers
400,000 right now.
400,000 teachers.
Yeah. And they are dependents, because they're talking 5 dependents.
Okay, so let's just look at the teachers. Just there's something we're doing with this. There's an amount of money that's deducted from your salary as a teacher. So are these teachers active? 400,000 teachers active in Kenya at the moment?
Yeah,
they're
active teachers. TSC.
Yes, TSC. Those are TSC.
All right. And there's an amount that you pay that goes towards SHA. It's taken from your salary.
Yes.
How much is that?
2.7% of your salary. So if you earn 10,000,
if you earn 10,000 shillings, you're essentially giving 275
Yes.
All right. So let's go with 275 shillings, shall we?
Yes.
Because we have teachers along the job grade. I don't believe there's a teacher in Kenya earning below 10,000 shillings.
No, all of them is above 20.
Except
about
24.
JSS.
Except at the ECD level, which is counties. So we're not dealing with that right now.
Yeah, no.
All right. So let's take 275. Of course, we know that those earning more than that are going to be contributing more.
2,000 and above, some of
for
them.
sure. But let's go with 275.
Yeah.
All right. 200. I know Dennis is already saying
times
275
times 400,000.
We're looking at 110 million shillings a month.
All
right. Can you see why that's attractive?
Yeah. You've not even finished.
I'm just doing a month.
Yes.
I'm just doing that's the
we
money
are also paying.
That's the money that comes from
medical allowance.
on the lower side.
Suleiman will tell you that apart from that one, you're saying that is now what everybody pays. But we as teachers also are getting a medical allowance of around 3,000. My job group by the time I left was around 4,000. 4,000 shillings of mine was going towards the medical. I used to get in my payslip.
How many?
Now I don't get it.
How many of you are paying this being paid this 4,000 shillings a month, which was just for medical?
Every teacher.
Every teacher.
Every teacher
So
was entitled.
for that 275, add the 3,000. Put it averagely 3,000.
So what we're saying essentially here, 400,000 teachers, active teachers, and if we're active, we know that you're teaching somewhere. Times 3,275. Remember, this is on the lower side because we take
on the lower side.
75 as
it is on the lowest side.
It's the lowest.
too low.
Because we're dealing with 275.
Most teachers are actually paying around 1,000.
Yeah,
I wish you had put it at 1,000.
Okay, you know, we can still do that. That's the joy of a digital calculator because we can delete.
Most of us are paying 1,000.
So 400,000 shillings.
Yeah.
And we're
Times
doing
4,000.
that times 4,000 shillings.
Mhm.
All right?
Yeah.
My calculator has even refused. Because now we're looking at about 1.6 billion.
That's
1.7.
1.7 billion shillings
per month.
A month.
Now you are talking.
All right.
Yes.
Can you see why
So
that
this is
kind
a big
why that kind of money is attractive?
Yes.
So that's why let me ask, let me not say.
Sure.
Is that why it is possible then for folks to have had a closed door meeting without 399,000 of you?
Yes.
And even of those who had the conversation, maybe they're about 20.
Yes.
399,880 people left out of this conversation. Do you see now why it's possible to have had the conversation without you? 1.6 billion shillings a month is not little money.
It's not little money.
Sure.
So when you have those conversations, also when you can see why it was possible to have the conversation, you also see why it is important for you to have been in the conversation.
Yes.
Because all of this now turns on its axis.
That's true.
And what happens to teachers now who have to go seek medical care? Because that's what we're talking about. Leave the politics and the money aside if you can for a minute. If we're looking at 300,000+ teachers then who are not able to go to a medical facility to access medical care because it just doesn't exist. Paint the bigger picture of what's happening with healthcare in the country.
So thank you so much. Let me quickly respond to that. You see, as teachers, we really never bothered so much about the money. All we needed was service for the money. And it is good to put it clear, like you've said it, that we used to have 2 medical covers in our pay slips. One, it is a statutory requirement that every civil servant, which was NHIF, you need to contribute 2.7% of your salary. And then we used to have our now medical allowance, which was taken off from the payslip in 2015, I think.
2015.
And we were told now, teachers, it is not good for you to go lining up in public hospitals with other citizens.
To show that you are sick.
Yes, to show that you are sick. Now what we are going to do, let us take these 3,000 from a payslip and go get you a private comprehensive medical cover so that as a teacher, when you feel ill, you don't need to go to a public facility. You don't go line up there.
Dispensary.
Yes, go to Bliss Hospital, which is a private facility, get treated. And when it began, it was very okay.
Very okay.
Because as myself as Salim, when I'm feeling that najua maneno si mzuri, I only need to go to I go to Bliss Hospital and then I get the treatment. So there is one question we also need to ask this morning. When the presentation was being made between our unions and our employer, there were some slides which were shared to us at the end of the meeting. And when you look at the last of the slide, and maybe I will share that at the end of the show, it is very specific that a teacher will only access the medical cover after exhausting the SHA medical cover. Exactly.
Just say that again.
I've said that a teacher will get to access his or her medical cover after exhausting the SHA cover, the SHA fund. Why am I saying this? You see, we've said that we used to get our medical allowance. And this medical allowance, as per what was presented, has been pushed to what we call POMSF. Public Officers Medical Scheme Fund.
That's a different thing.
So that is what they're telling us. That this medical allowance has now been taken somewhere called Public Officers Medical Scheme Fund. Right? So you have first of all to exhaust SHA, and then in fact they've called it a top-up. That is the word. So you exhaust SHA first of all, and then you go now access the top-up. So our 3,000 has now been called top-up.
It's a top-up.
It's a top-up. So this morning, as I wind up maybe on that area, the Teacher Service Commission presented this to us, and it is called Medical Health Cover for Teachers and Their Dependents under Public Officers Medical Scheme Fund. And that is the table of the beneficiary here. So the teachers are asking themselves, is this under the Public Officers Medical Scheme Fund or this is SHA?
You see, there is SHA, there is she,
so that's
there is SHA. SHA. Okay, let me not miss it. She is like the NHIF. It's
the insurance.
It's actually the NHIF.
It's the insurance, yes.
Then the SHA comes in
fund.
again. Now it's the fund. So generally, those things are also confusing. There is a way they're playing with those words that is really confusing teachers. The issue is this: funding. And that calculation that you've made is very important for this conversation today. teachers need to realize that everything nowadays we talk about in this country as we go towards Singapore, the journey of Singapore, is business and funding. When I started this debate, I don't know if it was on this show or some other show, and I even went to some place and we tried to present a court issue. I have been met actually personally with life threats, calls. People call you and say, you are joking with some people's businesses.
Okay.
So even as we discuss this
now you, Mungai, as you're having this conversation, you're meddling in business. Okay.
I've meddled in business. I have been called in big offices to be told, you have to stop that debate. You have to stop that debate quickly. But the thing is, teachers are people you can't silence. I like teachers for one thing. Teachers are among the first people in this country who respond to issues, even be it politics. If you have got teachers on your side, if you're a politician, you are on a very good side. That's why our meeting at Aseto House was there, to put our politics, that politics of that day, right.
Right. You see, Mwalimu, with the sabu that Ndu has just done of 1.7 billion, I look at it purely from a political angle and the blunders that the government did when it was implementing SHA. Why do I talk about that? Every other time you're being told that around 22 million Kenyans are registered under SHA, but only 3 million are contributing. That leaves a deficit in this fund that cannot take care of Kenyans. Because remember again, Kenyans are entitled to universal health care, right? Therefore, where do we go? Low-hanging fruits. And where? Walimu. Because if you sit down and do your mathematics, that is an additional 1.7 billion shillings into the kitty that will go into servicing Kenyans, including those who are not paying. I am sorry, but this entire business of going to State House and sitting down with the president and your unions taking you there, it's because you are pawns, you are chess pawns in the game, and you were just being taken there so that you agree on that which you are not.
You've just taken the words out of
all
my mouth.
This was a political gimmick to fix teachers into something that they did not see. This fight, your union was part of it. I think, I do not know, but there is a possibility that all that we are seeing here was something that was well calculated before teachers went to State House. But even as we talk about that, elections are coming, fine. But is going to court an option for the teachers?
It is the best option. But you see, as I put it earlier, and already teachers have gone to court. I'm here. We are in court, and I have a backup. We have begun an online petition. We have all those things. We have teachers. And as this information is coming out, the more teachers are debating, the more they feel they've been taken for a ride. And just what you have said, teachers are not foolish. Teachers are actually now seeing we were used here, we are being used here to fill up a gap that was already remaining in some budget. Honestly. And the worst thing teachers hate is to be used. The moment teachers discover tumetumika vibaya.
Yes.
But the low-lying fruits for us, the first ones before 2027,
the leaders
are our leaders in the unions. And I've told them, you will meet these teachers on the ballot this coming January and February. But just also to say something about what you have asked again, apart from just going to court, because also sometimes courts can be very interesting, but we really believe in our justice system in this country. But apart from just going to court, these conversations that we are having are very important. When people, classroom teachers like Mwalimu here, come and speak, to me this is a breakthrough. This is the first line of defense for teachers. That as we speak these things, teachers are listening. You will see the conversation. Even long after this show is over, teachers are going to get into it and they are going to contribute and going to talk about it. Finally, and what I can finally say about all these things is, teachers, be alert. Kenyans, be alert.
Okay. Finally, our time is running out, but I think it's important because we actually see the practice that you spoke about this morning, that there are people who've actually gone and said, we can't actually access medical care. that we need to be on the money when it comes to a lot of these things. As you're quick thinking, quick moving, it cannot be 2 months down the line.
Sure.
But should it have taken this long to figure out or to realize? Because now you have to go to court. It could have been refused at the very beginning. It could have said absolutely not. Because it's again, I'm using that phrase. It seems like a no-brainer that somebody says, people have been complaining about SHA for a year. Why would you think that it would be different for teachers because you've moved to SHA? People have been complaining in Kenya and said, this thing is not working. Why do you really think that because you're teachers, or that because it's a hallowed or why would you imagine that a different SHA then would be used for teachers in 30 seconds, Suleiman?
Yeah, so thank you so much. You know, whatever you're saying, I can narrow it down to a story of the frog coming out to tell the antelope or the lion or whoever that the crocodile is sick. And you take that for granted. SHA, even from the beginning, when I remember Nakumicha when she was the CS, Susan Nakumicha when she was CS Finance. In fact, those were some of the issues which were being presented in Parliament. That even the hiking of the purchase of the system was out of this world, from 4 billion to 104 billion. And as teachers, we could observe, you know, by then we were at the periphery, we were like, sisi tuko na, so wacha tuwa waendelee kuteseka na SHA. Little did we know that ni sisi tuko next.
And unions.
So the only thing maybe I would wish to say as a summary is that teachers have now realized that when we have poor representation of leaders, that becomes the origin of the problem. Because everything we are saying here narrows down to representation. Because when you accept to go to State House to chant things which are not going to benefit teachers, then it narrows down to representation. And whatever Munga said here, that the only solution is to ensure that we elect them out come January. These people, they are very crafty. If I'm given 10 seconds, let me just summarize this. Last year, the union officials went to Vihiga. And they went and they changed the constitution. They mutilated the constitution completely. They changed the retirement age. They hiked the nomination fee. For example, a person who's going to vie for chairperson, you are supposed to move to Mboko. You are supposed to pay 100,000 from 10,000. Someone who is vying for executive secretary in a branch, you're supposed to pay 200,000. If you win from the branch, you resign and then you pay 500,000 to go now and contest against me. Sorry. As we speak right now, as I finish, they have now given us the election schedule. Like a good example here in Kiambu. Kiambu, they have taken the election in the far end of Garissa Road. So tell me how a teacher from Limuru will go to vote there. In Muranga, the same thing. They have taken an election to a place which is very far from town. So, as much as we are saying that we want to vote these leaders out, I want this morning to implore on our teachers wherever they are, that if we continue sitting well pretty and watching our leaders who are supposed to be presenting our issues continue malingering around, being busybodies, we are going to have it very rough.
Indeed. There's some magic going on inside there for real.
Yeah. One thing that we've just been told, walimu wako mafutani.
Salim Suleiman is the secretary in Muranga Teachers Welfare Association. Mwalimu Peter Munga is an education advocate and researcher at Kiwata. There's a lot of work to be done. And in just 1 week, another case that's clearly going to court. We'll end it with this. However, halfway across the river, the scorpion stings the frog. When the dying frog asks why, the scorpion replies, it was its nature
to sting.
Think about that. Coming from Tuflani this morning. Even as we end the program today, thank you so much for being here. There's a lot to be discussed. Keep your eyes open. Folks who were born just a few years ago would say, guys, stay woke. It's 3 minutes past 10. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Nyamweya Ubaga. Statistics show that youth in Mombasa County lead the way with over 50% of new HIV infections in the